Section 113 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. A Faithful Father. My son, if thine heart be wise, my heart shall rejoice, even mine. Proverbs 23, verses 15 through 35. The style of the composition has again changed. At this place the sayings are not isolated. The discourse has become connected and continuous. It is almost dramatic. It is a lifelike sketch. Each feature stands out in strong relief, and in the perspective all blend easily into a congruous whole. The picture seems to move and speak. When the curtain rises, two persons are seen in close conversation on the stage. One is verging towards age, although his look is still fresh and his step vigorous. His companion, though not yet of full stature, has turned his back on boyhood and strives to look the man. They are a father and his son. They have stepped forth from their dwelling in the evening to enjoy a walk together through the adjoining fields. For the moment, they neither have nor need any other company. The senior has laid aside a portion of the austerity that belongs to his years, and the junior a portion of the levity that belongs to his. Each has approached the other, and notwithstanding disparity of age, they have met in the midst, a well-matched pair. The father, stooping to sympathize with the child, encourages the child to rise into sympathy with the father. There is wisdom in this method. If the instructor had been more forbidding, the pupil would have been more frivolous. A parent should spare no effort to make himself the companion of his boy. The victory is half won when the boy learns to like the company of his father. To obtain a meeting, to get the two minds really brought into kindly contact, is a great point, but it is not the whole. A platform to work upon is secured, but the work remains yet to be done. Notwithstanding the points of coincidence, these two are in many features diverse. The elder, for example, looks both behind and before. The younger, forward only. The objects lying in front of them for the time are the wine cup and the sumptuous feast, the loud song and the merry circle. These things seem bright in the boy's eye, and he bounds forward impatient to participate in their promised joys. The father sees the same things, but forms a different judgment regarding them. The experience of the past decisively modifies the promises of the future. Rays from above and from behind, converging on these painted pleasures, reveal a rottenness in their hollow heart. He sees the inside and the end of them. He knows that they are vanity and vexation of spirit. He looks upon his boy and grieves to see that his eye is glistening in a tumultuous hope of indefinite enjoyment. He knows that, unless these springs prove dry, they will be poisonous. But from the youth's viewpoint, a rainbow beauty is painted on the spray that rises from their agitated waters. Fain would the affectionate father tear off the tinsel from these seducers, and reveal the cheat in time to his inexperienced child. Meanwhile, in the pauses of the converse, some prayer rises from the father's heart, unheard until it reaches the ears of the Lord of hosts. Perhaps it is the ancient prophet's cry adapted to his own case. Quote, "Lord, I pray thee, open the young man's eyes that he may see." End quote. 2 Kings 6, verse 17. In some sense a mediator, striving to lay his hand upon both, he plies with pains his own son, according to the flesh, and with prayers his own father in the spirit. Here is a companionship, here an occupation on which angels may well desire to look. May the Lord hear this man when he cries in faith, and the youth hear him when he speaks in faithfulness. The foremost word of the colloquy is gladsome encouragement. Quote, My son, if thine heart be wise, my heart shall rejoice, even mine. End quote. A parent's brow should not always wear a frown when it is turned toward his child. There should be at least as much drawing as of driving in the discipline of the family. Reproof, however faithful, and punishment, however just, make up at the best only one side of a twofold operation. The spirit of a child will bend and break under the dead weight of monotonous, unrelieved objurgation. We should be as ready and forward to rejoice with him in his well-doing as to be displeased with his faults. There is reason to fear that deficiency at this point is common and mischievous. It comes easier to nature to launch forth successive rebukes, to chase each successive error of a boisterous child, than to watch and discriminate and cherish and praise whatever is good. If a parent sit in his easy chair enjoying his own reverie, taking no notice of the finer features of character that burst out thickly in the progress of the play, and never make his presence felt except by an angry bark when some naughty noise disturbs his dream, his children may grow up to something good, but they will owe very little of their molding to him. It is probable that the only effects of his interference will be to make the young heartily dislike the reprover, and cling more closely to the faults. It is worthy of remark that in the 2 verses immediately preceding this tender, affectionate, encouraging address, the necessity and duty of corporal correction are reiterated in terms of even more than the usual pungency. Quote, Withhold not correction from the child, for if thou beatest him with the rod, he shall not die. Thou shalt beat him with the rod, and shalt deliver his soul from hell. End quote. The command is framed upon the supposition that parents often fail on the side of tenderness. The word is given to nerve them for a difficult duty. There is no ambiguity in the precept. Both the need of correction and the tremendous issues that depend on it are expressed with thrilling precision of language. A parent is solemnly taken, bound, as he loves his child and would deliver his soul, to enforce his lessons by the rod, when gentler measures fail. But the next moment, as if he were in haste to get into a more congenial element, that stern father stands with a smile lighting up his countenance, and a stream of winning words flowing from his lips, engaging the youth to goodness by foretastes of its glad rewards. Quote, My son, if thine heart be wise, my heart shall rejoice, even mine. End quote. Iron is not penetrated unless it is supported beneath as strongly as it is struck from above. On some such principle, it is that blows only bruise and leave the character more unshapely than ever, unless there be an effort of positive cheering to sustain, fully equal in power and continuity to the pressure of reproof that bears against evil from the other side. But the youth, although he dutifully yields to the better judgment of his father, secretly thinks that in doing so he is depriving himself of many pleasures which others, not under similar restraint, freely enjoy. Parental experience anticipates the difficulty, and meets it. Quote, Let not thine heart envy sinners. End quote. Their happiness is hollow, their prosperity short-lived. Quote, Surely there is an end, and thine expectation shall not be cut off. End quote. It is as much as to say that their expectation shall not ripen into possession. The blossom is luxuriant, but the fruit is already blighted. The young look on life as little children look on a fine picture. The objects that lie in the foreground, bushes or cottages, fill the eye with their bulk, and the chief beauties of the landscape are neglected. Even the wisest of men never completely acquire the art of apportioning rightly their regard between the really small but apparently great things that fill up the foreground of time and the apparently small, but really great things that stretch away into the eternal. This lesson, in its higher stages, the parent is still learning day by day, while he teaches its rudiments to his inexperienced child. But hard work lies before us here, and we must go into the heart of it. The rude battle of life is raging, and we must strike home. The lessons selected are those which the pupil needs, not those which may be pleasant to the master or interesting to the audience. Life is real. The preparation for it must be regulated by its actual requirements. To educate a young man for his life voyage is stern work. To go about and cull the beautiful flowers is not enough. We must grasp the thorns and thistles with a resolute hand. The things that are amongst us must even be named amongst us, although the sound grate harshly on a disciple's ear. Let us follow this father over the course of lessons which he gives his child. 1. Quote, "Be not among wine-bibbers." End quote. Mark well where the teacher begins. He sees the first narrow point of the rail that leads life into a line of error, and runs forward to turn it aside, so that it may not intercept and destroy the precious freight that is approaching. This father sees a danger long before his son becomes a drunkard, before even he become a companion of drunkards. To be in the company of those who circulate and sip strong drink, he counts unsafe for the youth. That company and that employment his father dreads, this lesson teaches to shun. Our lessons to the young on this subject would be more successful if, like this text, they should begin at the beginning. Keep out of harm's way. Go far from the entrance of the abyss. This is the style of Scripture on that momentous theme. On the principle of supplying the right as well as forbidding the wrong kind of enjoyment, he gives a glimpse of a happy family circle by way of contrast with the club of revelers. Quote, "The father of the righteous shall greatly rejoice. Thy father and thy mother shall be glad." End quote. The enemy pleases the tastes of youth. Those who are on the other side must countermine in that direction. A dirty or somber home cannot compete with a brilliant clubhouse or tavern. A frowning father and a scolding mother cannot compete with a merry circle of boon companions. It is not enough to meet the smiles of vice with the frowns of virtue. We must meet enticement with enticement. Material comforts at home and glad looks from its inmates cannot, indeed, be in the place of God to renew an evil heart. But they will do more than any other human agency to save the youth and, in the worst event, keep your own hands clean. 2. Quote, "Buy the truth and sell it not." End quote. This teacher is skillful in the word of righteousness. He divides the truth aright. He knows that a soul cannot live on negatives. While with one hand he strives to purge the poison out, with the other he administers the bread of life. Although these twin devils, drunkenness and whoredom, with which he is grappling, were cast out of the youth's heart, if that heart remain empty, both will soon return with others worse, and take up their abode again in the empty house. After each stroke dealt to drive out the evil, there is an alternating effort to fill the vacancy with saving truth. Although you were able to chase out every foul spirit in succession by the pungency of your reproof, your labor is lost unless you introduce that peace of God which will keep the heart and mind against the subsequent assaults of the returning and reinforced foe. It is not the devil out of you, but Christ in you, that is the hope of glory. Colossians 1, verse 27. Buy the truth, whatever it may cost. Sell it not, whatever may be offered. Accept the portion which has been bought by the Redeemer's blood and is offered free to you. Quote, "I am the truth," end quote, said Jesus. Close with him and trust in his salvation. When your heart is so occupied, these lusts will knock for admission in vain. Quote, this is the victory that overcometh the world, even your faith. End quote. 3. Quote, a strange woman is a narrow pit. End quote. That father's heart is burning within him as he talks with the youth by the way. He has told him of the wisdom from above, the way of mercy in the covenant, but he will not stop there. He returns to another gate of the city Mansoul, where the legions of the enemy are congregating for the assault. Having within the palace crowned the rightful king, he girds himself for battle, and betakes himself to a threatened post. Well done, good and faithful servant. The work of presenting to a sinner the manifested salvation of God thou hast done, and the work of loudly, plainly, particularly warning the professing disciple to avoid every form of evil thou hast not left undone. One remarkable peculiarity of this chapter is the junction and alternation of these two kindred sins. There they stand like two plants of death, growing, indeed, on separate but independent roots, nourished by the same soil, cleaving close to each other by congeniality of nature, and twisted round each other for mutual support. This word takes a sun picture of these brethren in iniquity, as they combine their strength to dishonor God and enslave men. As if one green withe, growing rank on the sap of corruption, were not enough to hold the captive, the two, by an evil instinct, plait themselves into one. Woe to the youth who has permitted this double bond to warp itself round his body. A Samson's strength cannot wrench it away. The alliance, so generally formed and so firmly maintained, between drunkenness and licentiousness, is a masterstroke of Satan's policy. It is when men have looked upon the deceitful cup and received into their blood the poison of its sting, that their eyes behold strange women, and when they have fallen into that, quote, narrow pit, quote, they run back to hide their shame, at least from themselves, in the maddening draught. Here is one father who is willing to take upon his lips some names which his heart loathes, rather than by silence permit his son to go forward unwarned, unarmed, into the ambush which the enemy has laid. Let sons who hear this alarm stand and start back, and keep far from the way of transgressors. These deep ditches yawn on every side for living prey. The youth who has inflamed his passion and dimmed his reason by stimulants is most liable to stagger on the slippery brink and fall. Turn from the dangerous place and dangerous company. Turn and live. 4. Quote, look not thou upon the wine when it is red, when it giveth his color in the cup, when it moveth itself aright. At the last it biteth like a serpent, and stingeth like the adder. End quote. This teacher does more than merely counsel the youth not to drink to excess. This father distinctly advises his son to turn his eyes away from the face of that cup, which has a charm in its visage and a sting in its tail. For my part, I shall endeavor to follow his example. I shall do what I can to persuade my son not to look at all upon any cup whose nature is to sting those who take much, and to tempt to much those who taste a little. I shall keep close by the very words of Scripture. I shall say to him, my son, quote, look not thou upon it, end quote. Quote, it has cast down many strong men, end quote. And, quote, let him that thinketh he standeth take heed lest he fall, end quote. 5. Quote, thou shalt be as he that lieth down in the midst of the sea, or as he that lieth on the top of a mast. They have stricken me, shalt thou say, and I was not sick. They have beaten me, and I felt it not. When shall I awake? I will seek it yet again. End quote. This remarkable description would prove, although it stood alone, that ancient brewers contrived to manufacture liquors of power sufficient to produce and sustain full-grown drunkenness, and that ancient drunkards contrived to make themselves thorough sots upon such drinks as they had. If the malady in its more advanced stages had not existed, this description would not have been written, and could not have been understood. There may have been, and there certainly were, differences between ancient and modern times, as there are now between vine-growing and grain-growing countries, both as to the power of the draughts used, and the proportion of the inebriates to the population. But specimens of intoxicating drink and intoxicated men were not wanting in Solomon's kingdom in Solomon's day. Gross drunkenness is not a new thing under the sun, although its material resources have been greatly increased, and its sphere greatly enlarged in these latter ages of the world. Quote, "The love of the Spirit," end quote, appears in this faithful description of the winomaniac. One would think that to unveil this loathsome madness in presence of the sane would keep them forever far from every avenue that might possibly lead to its precincts. But, alas, experience shows that a description of sin's doom is not sufficient to deter the corrupt from sin. To know the consequences, bodily and spiritual, of any vicious indulgence will not by itself save, but it is a primary necessity among the means of saving. Therefore, in mercy and faithfulness, it is given here. It is as a lion that the devil goeth about seeking whom he may devour, and as a lion he devours his victims. It is a characteristic of the feline tribe to let go their prey when they are sure of it, and amuse themselves by clutching it again. Thus the drunkard becomes a plaything in the lion's paw. He is sober, he repents of his excesses, he intends to be temperate now. No man shall ever see him drunk again. Has he escaped? Has the wounded mouse escaped when the cat has opened her claws, and permitted it to creep forward? He is wearied with his own way, he was sick, he was like one that lay on the top of the mast. He loathes the enemy that overcame him, and himself for ignobly succumbing. But notwithstanding all this, when he awakes, he will seek it yet again. Some false friend will put the cup to his mouth, and when the fire has again touched the membranes, all is in a blaze. I have seen many of my fellow creatures in the grasp of that mysterious malady which is so graphically pictured on this page of the Scripture. Their despairing cries and haggard looks haunt my memory. The meaning that looked from the faces of their relatives when the grave had, at last, closed on the victim haunts me too. Dread of their destroyer has been burnt into my soul by the sights that I have seen. I adopt and repeat the twofold counsel of this wise and affectionate Father. Feed on saving truth, and flee from the approaches of danger. Flee from the approaches of danger, and feed on saving truth. I receive from the Bible and give to the young these two heavenly counsels. Quote, "Buy the truth," end quote. Quote, "Look not on the cup," end quote. Get the treasure for your soul, and keep out of the robber's way. End of section 113. Section 114 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gloria Loughry. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Prosperity of the Wicked. Be not thou envious against evil men, neither desire to be with them. Fret not thyself because of evil men, neither be thou envious at the wicked. For there shall be no reward to the evil man, the candle of the wicked shall be put out. Proverbs 24, verse 1, 19, and 20. Sin is like sound, and it finds the moral nature of fallen man, like the atmosphere, a good conducting medium. The word or deed of evil does not terminate where it is produced. It radiates all round. And besides the direct propagation from a center by diverging lines, it further reduplicates itself by rebounding like an echo from every object on which it falls. Human beings may well stand in awe when they consider the self-propagating power of sin, and the facilities which their own corruption affords it. Different persons are affected in different ways. One is shaken by the example of wickedness in its first outgo, another by its rebounding blow. One is carried away in the stream, another hurts himself by his violent efforts to resist it. Some imitate the sin, others fret against the sinner. Both classes do evil and suffer injury. Whether you be impatiently, quote, envious against evil men, end quote, or weakly, quote, desire to be with them, end quote, you have sustained damage by the contact. Here it is not the first and direct, but the secondary and circuitous effect of bad example that is prominently brought into view. The reproof in this word is intended not so much for the facile who glide with the current, as for the proud who betray a sullen and discontented spirit in their struggle to oppose it. To turn aside in company with the wicked is not the only direction in which danger lies. Those who resist the example of evil most vigorously may fall into a deep pit on the other side. Some who are in no danger of falling in love with their neighbor's sin may be chafed by it into a hatred of their neighbor. You do not weakly imitate the deed, but do you proudly despise the doer? This is the snare which lies on the disciples' path. This is the warning which the Master gives them. The example of Jesus is peculiarly applicable here. It exhibits complete separation from sin in conjunction with the tenderest compassion for sinners. Those who hope in His mercy should be conformed to His image. When you detect in your own heart an impatient fretting against an evildoer, consider where you would have been if the Holy One had so regarded you. The gentleness of Christ is the comeliest ornament that a Christian can wear. But besides an impatient fretting against another because he is wicked, there is a discontented envying of his condition because, though morally evil, he is materially prosperous. This is the more presumptuous form of the sin. The other was a fretting against man, this is a fretting against God. It is directly to impugn the justice of the divine government. The 73rd Psalm contains a detailed record of Asaph's experience when he was in conflict with this temptation. He frankly confesses how far he fell. Quote, my feet were almost gone, my steps had well nigh slipped, for I was envious at the foolish when I saw the prosperity of the wicked. End quote. He saw great wickedness and great prosperity meeting in the same persons. Forthwith the presumptuous thought sprung up that nothing is to be gained by goodness. Quote, I have cleansed my heart in vain. End quote. Knowing that this thought must be an error, he was, notwithstanding, unable to solve the difficulty until he went into the sanctuary of God. Then and there the mystery was solved. Quote, then understood I their end. End quote. The solution was obtained by getting a higher standpoint and a more extended view. The prosperity was but for a moment, and the sin of the prosperous was preparing for them tribulation without measure and without end. Successful ungodliness did not trouble this tempted disciple after he got, in the house of God, a glimpse of its awful issue. From that time forward he counted, quote, affliction with the people of God, end quote, a better portion than, quote, the pleasures of sin for a season, end quote. At the present day, those who desire, quote, to live godly in Christ Jesus, end quote, are often exposed to this fiery trial. A neighbor who neither fears God nor regards man has been successful in business. You are struggling ineffectually against difficulties in trade, endeavoring in the meantime to do justly, and to love mercy, and to walk humbly with God. You have kept a good conscience, and lost your money. He has kept his money, and let a good conscience go. You are trudging along the road, careworn and wearied. He is world past in his carriage. Beware, brother, as your eye follows the brilliant equipage quickly diminishing in the distance before you. Beware of the feelings that glow at that moment in your weary heart. Envy of that rich man is rank rebellion against an overruling God. Your position is too low and too near. The range of vision is limited, and the little that may be seen is dim with dust. To elevate the observer gives him at once a wider compass and a purer medium. From a height he both sees more and sees it better than from the level ground. When Asaph met the prosperous scoffers in the crowded marketplace, he saw only their condition for the time. But when he ascended the hill of God and entered there the sanctuary, his eye from that elevation could run along their glittering life and descry its gloomy end. The same experience, described in figurative language, happened to John in Patmos. Quote, after this I looked, and behold, a door was opened in heaven, and the first voice which I heard was as it were of a trumpet talking with me, which said, come up hither, and I will show thee things which must be hereafter. End quote. Revelations 4, verse 1. In order to drive envy of the prosperous out of a disciple's heart, nothing more is needed than a window open in heaven, and an invitation from the angel, quote, come up hither, end quote. A higher viewpoint and a clearer sky will enable you more intelligently to compare your own condition with his. When, in the spirit of adoption, and from the place of a son, you look along the career of those who fear not God, you will learn to acknowledge that your lines have fallen in a more pleasant place, and that you have obtained a more goodly heritage. Some heirs of the kingdom now in the body thank God fervently for causing the riches of their parents to take wings and fly away. They see some who have inherited wealth caught and carried away by the temptations which it brings, and tremble to think where and what themselves would now have been, had the world courted them at a time when they would have been most easily won by its fascinations. The world's cold shoulder in their youth was not pleasant to nature at the time, but they now know that it was the safer side. Instead of envying, they pity the people who are getting riches and forgetting God. By experience they have learned that their own hearts are not trustworthy. They think it likely that if they had been equally prosperous, they would have been equally godless. They rejoice with trembling, they tremble with rejoicing, as they think how wisely their lot has been appointed by a Father in heaven, and how unwisely it would have been chosen if their own wishes had been granted. If a Christian, whether rich or poor, envy any man's possessions, he is forgetting his place and his prospects. The heirs of a kingdom are inexcusable if they cast a longing eye upon a few acres of earth, which a neighbor calls his own. A, quote, lively hope, end quote, would effectually still these tumults in a believer's breast. They who walk by faith are not easily disturbed by the things which appeal to sight. The rest that remaineth, when kept full in view, makes the passing toils feel light. Quote, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. End quote. End of section 114.
Section 115 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. A Brother's Keeper. If thou forbear to deliver them that are drawn unto death, and those that are ready to be slain, if thou sayest, Behold, we knew it not, doth not he that pondereth the heart consider it? And he that keepeth thy soul, doth not he know it? And shall not he render to every man according to his works? Proverbs 24, verses 11 and 12. The principle that God, our common Father, counts every man his brother's keeper, pervades the Scriptures as an animating spirit, and is here, in vivid language, expressly affirmed and defined. From the beginning it was so. Nowhere can this truth be more distinctly seen than as it glances reflected from the black, hard heart of the first murderer. Cain's sullen denial, when rightly read, is equivalent to a disciple's positive confession, for that carnal mind was in violent enmity against God. In the lie that flashes back from that guilty conscience, you may read the heavenly truth that touched and tormented it. As from the beginning, so it is also at the end. He who closed the record of revelation in Patmos, in character by that time as well as doctrine, a contrast to the murder of Abel, embodies the principle in the last words of inspiration, and disappears in the very act of stretching out his hands to save a brother who is ready to perish. Let him that heareth say, Come, and let him that is athirst come, and whosoever will, let him take the water of life freely. Revelations 22:17. The prophets before Christ's coming, and the apostles after it, all conspired to teach by their lips and by their lives that a man liveth not to himself, and dieth not to himself. Ye who bear the Saviour's name and trust in his love, ye are not your own. Ye are bought with a price. Ye have talents to lay out, and a work to accomplish, a master to serve, and a brother to save. Look not every man on his own things, but every man also on the things of others. Whoso hath this world's good, or the next world's good, or both, and seeth his brother have need, and shutteth up his bowels of compassion from him, how dwelleth the love of God in him? I know not any point in the whole circumference of duty on which the human mind makes a more obstinate stand than here, against the authority of God. The determination to be his own master, and do what he liked with himself, seems to have been the very essence of the sin which constituted man's fall, and still animates the fallen. Who is Lord over us? Is the watchword of the lifelong battle between an evil conscience and a righteous judge. Here the commandment is exceeding broad. Like divine omniscience, it compasses the transgressor before and behind. It checks his advance and cuts off his retreat. Although a man should actually maintain in relation to every brother the neutrality which he professes, it would avail him nothing. Under God as supreme ruler, and by his law, we owe every human being love, and if we fail to render it, we are cast into prison with other less reputable debtors. Nor will anything be received in payment but the genuine coin of the kingdom. It must be love with a living soul in it, and a substantial body on it. If it be a material gift thrown to a needy brother, wanting the fellow feeling of a sympathizing heart, it is a body without a soul, a carcass loathsome to the living. If it be a sentimental emotion resembling pity, unaccompanied by any corresponding deed, it is a soul without a body, an intangible spirit. A pure emotion must animate the act. A substantial act must clothe the pure emotion. The great teacher has so constructed the parable of the talents that on this point none can miss its meaning. No actual injurer of his neighbour is introduced into the picture at all. The heaviest sentence which the Bible contains, or the lips of Jesus uttered, is left lying on the unprofitable servant, the man who failed to do good with the means at his disposal. Matthew 25:30. But Christ's example prints this lesson in still larger letters than his preaching. By looking unto Jesus, we may learn it better than by listening even to his own word. Where would we have been now if he had satisfied himself with abstaining from inflicting injury on a fallen world? He did not let us alone in our extremity. As we desire to be like him, we should not desert our brother in his need. Jesus bids us do good and shows us the way. Listen to his teaching and follow his steps. The law which runs through the scriptures on this point is laid down in these verses in copious, clear, and memorable terms. The distress of a neighbour, the indifference of a selfish man, the excuses which the guilty presents to his own questioning conscience, and the terrors which the Lord holds over his head, are marshalled all in order here, and made to pass before our eyes like a section of actual life. First of all, what ails our brother that he needs the compassion of a tender heart and the help of a strong arm? He is drawn unto death and ready to be slain. This is the very crisis which at once needs help and admits it. If the danger were more distant, he might not be sensible of his need. If it were nearer, he might be beyond the hope of recovery. He is so low that help is necessary, yet not so low that help now offered would be vain. He is drawn unto death, and therefore is an object of pity, but his life is yet in him, and therefore he is a subject of hope. Such, in general terms, is the work which lies to our hands in the world. The death into which a neighbour is gliding may be the death of the body or the death of the soul, or both together. The example of Christ and the precepts of Scripture concur in teaching us to acknowledge either danger and render either aid. A deaf ear, a blind eye, a palsied arm, a breaking heart, Jesus instantly owned as claims on his compassion. But he was grieved when men went away with the healed body, feeling not the death and seeking not the life of the soul. We should go and do likewise. Count disease and poverty a valid claim for help, but count not the cure complete when these wants have been relieved. Disciples now are certainly like their Lord in this department of his experience. They find the sense of temporal want and the urgency for temporal relief much more common and more keen than grief for guilt or desire for pardon. We direct attention to the disease which draws the soul to death. That which draws the body down directs attention to itself. The man is not yet in the death that is final and hopeless. He is sliding gradually into it. Something is drawing him down, and that something is within him. If that ailment be not cast out, perdition is sure. The sting of death is sin, and already that sting is planted deep in the soul. It has not yet reached its issue, but it is running its inevitable course. When a poisonous serpent plunges its sting into the flesh and blood of a man, the man lives yet a while. The body does not instantly become cold. The poison mingles with the blood and so permeates the frame. The fever rises, tumultuously but steadfastly, like the tide. The serpent's sting has taken hold of the life and is drawing it surely to death. Like this uneasy interval is human life, until it is made new in Christ. The sting of the old serpent has gotten hold and will not let go until it be taken out by a stronger one. Sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death. If a gang of captured Africans, chained to each other, were in our sight driven from the interior to the shore for sale, there would not be a dry eye amongst us as the sad procession passed. These chains and that death to which they draw the victims are things seen and temporal. Captives more numerous and more firmly bound are drawn along our thoroughfares to a greater death. If we had spiritual perception to estimate the distress, our compassion would not be shut up within our own bosoms for lack of subjects to exercise it on. Such are the objects, and such their claim. How do those meet it who have themselves gotten help from God? The form of the warning indicates the point at which the defect is anticipated. If thou forbear to deliver. The author of this word knows what is in man. The point of the sword goes to the joints and marrow. It does not assume that men, when they see a brother drawn unto death, will in mere wantonness give him a blow to hasten his fall. Such a deed of gratuitous wickedness may here and there be found, but it is an abnormal excrescence, and not the ordinary fruit which even fallen humanity bears. If the reproof had been aimed at that enormity, it would have missed the most of us. The arrow pointed higher comes more surely home. The charge is not that we strike a standing brother down, but that we fail to raise a fallen brother up. The law under which we live is the law of love. And whenever any doubt arises as to practical details, the pattern is at hand to mould it on and test it by. Love one another as I have loved you. A Christian doing good should be like an artist working from a model, looking alternately from the rude material in his hands up to the perfect example which he imitates, and down from that example to the rude material again. The excuse, "We knew it not," will not avail us, in as far as we might have known. "Seek, and ye shall find," applies to opportunities of saving them that are ready to perish, as well as to benefits which we may obtain for ourselves. Ignorance will not be reckoned for innocence, if he who pondereth the heart saw it selfishly keeping the disagreeable knowledge away. He that keepeth thy soul will ask one day what thou hast done for the keeping of others, and he will then render unto every man according to his works. The conclusion of the whole matter may be expressed in these words of the Apostle. Let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap, if we faint not. As we have therefore opportunity, let us do good unto all men, especially unto them who are of the household of faith. Galatians 6, 9 and 10. The two limits are, on this side, opportunity, and on that side, all men. Between these two lies the ample exercise ground for a Christian, on which he is expected, like his master, to go about doing good. Do more for the household of nature or of faith than you do for those who are distant from you or from God. It is not sinful to respect these relations and permit them to influence the proportion of your efforts. But the heart's compassion should acknowledge no limit to its flow short of the world's boundary, and the helping hand no limit to its stretch, except the opportunity and the power. The destinies of men are so closely interwoven together that every one of us has a direct interest in delivering those who are now drawn unto sin and death. If we forbear to help him who is falling now, he and his may drag down with themselves our children when we are no longer here to prevent the calamity. That poor wretch who is drawn, like the Gadarene swine, by possessing spirits down a steep place into the abyss, has a number of young children littering in the hovel which they call their home. These children are growing up a brood much more dangerous than savages. In them the forces of civilization are under the control of barbarism. They are an ingredient which, in proportion to its bulk, darkens and pollutes the society into which it is poured. My children must be poured into the same great tide of time, and I cannot keep them from indiscriminate contact with its varied impurities. Thus, by my love to my own children, God binds me to do my best for my neighbours, and the rod which is lifted up for punishment will strike me on the tenderest place if I neglect this salvation work. A few miles above Montreal, the two great convergent rivers of British America, the St. Lawrence and the Ottawa, meet. The St. Lawrence is a pure stream of a peculiar light blue colour. The Ottawa is dark, as if it were tinged by moss in its way. After their meeting, the two rivers run side by side a few miles, each occupying its own half of one broad bed. But gradually the boundary line disappears, and all the waters are mingled in one vast homogeneous flood. Although the life of the inhabitants below depended on preserving the pure cerulean hue of the St. Lawrence, it could not possibly be preserved. All the might of man cannot prevent the Ottawa from tinging the united waters with its own dark shade. Unless the darkness can be discharged from its springs, that great affluent will effectually dye the main river in all its lower reaches. Behold the picture of the process by which the neglected children of our unsaved brother, meeting our own at a lower point in time's rolling current, will blot out the distinction which is now maintained. Behold the rod lifted up in our sight to prevent the neglect now or punish it hereafter. The dark cellars in which ignorant, vicious, godless parents now pen their hapless brood are the springs which feed a mighty river. Our little ones rise in cleaner spots, and in the meantime a solid bank separates the streams. But that turbid river lies within the same basin, and by the laws of nature must converge towards the central channel of society. It is an affluent. We must accept the fact, for we cannot change it. We dread that dark stream which, at a little distance, is flowing parallel with our own. Over the embankments, now not very lofty, we hear sometimes the ominous gurgle of its rapid flow. There is only one way of subduing that terrible enemy. If we cower timidly in our own hiding place, the destruction which we thereby invite will quickly overtake us. In this warfare, there is no armour for the back of the fugitive. Safety lies in facing the danger. The evil which in its issue is a deluge may in its origin be successfully neutralized. Below, you cannot keep the gathered volume out. Above, you may do much to purify the rising spring. End of section 115. Section 116 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Piety and Patriotism. My son, fear thou the Lord and the King, and meddle not with them that are given to change. Proverbs 24, verse 21. There are 2 kings and 2 kingdoms in Scotland, said James Melville to his royal master, and our forefathers sturdily maintained the maxim through a long series of troubles until the tyrants fell and liberty triumphed. The supreme authority of God and the subordinate authority of human government may both have fullest scope in the same country and at the same time. Godliness and loyalty, like brethren dwelling together in unity, may possess the same heart, and the heart is all the nobler that these twin inhabitants have made it their home. Those who cherish both principles together fulfill best the specific duties which belong to each. The Covenanters and Puritans were not faultless men. By aid of the light which we now enjoy, some of their measures may be corrected and improved. But it is too late to make them better now, and it is a pity that our philosophers, who see their faults so clearly when they are in their graves, had not been present in the conflict to give them counsel. In the main, those men were right, and God has blessed their labours. They were the honour of their country, and have proved the benefactors of their race. Those who laugh most loudly at their faults have in secret no sympathy with their virtues. Looking outward at the present experience of other nations, and upward through the history of our own, patriots rejoicing in achieved liberty may well tremble yet as they try to picture what our condition might have been at this day, if God had not raised up rank after rank of religious and loyal men, a breakwater to receive the waves of combined spiritual and temporal despotism, and ward them from our shores. The fear of the Lord and the fear of the King are in themselves great and interesting subjects, But at present I ask the reader only to glance at their order and relations. I speak not of godliness and loyalty separately and in all their extent, but only of their mutual bearing upon each other. Submission of heart and life to the King Eternal overrides and controls, yet does not injure a citizen's allegiance to an earthly ruler. This principle lies deep and spreads far. It reaches all lands and runs down through all generations. The word is, fear the Lord and the King. The fear of the Lord must go first, but the fear of the King may follow. The supreme does not crush, it protects the subordinate. Although the heart is full of piety, there is plenty of room for patriotism. Nay, more, patriotism nowhere gets full scope except in a heart that is already pervaded by piety. These elements are like the two chief constituent gases of the atmosphere. The space which envelops the globe is full of one gas, and it is also full of another. To discharge the nitrogen would not make the space capable of containing more of the oxygen. The absence of the one constituent destroys the quality, but does not enlarge the quantity of the other. Take away godliness, and your loyalty, without being increased in amount, is seriously deteriorated in kind. Take away loyalty, and you run great risk of spoiling the purity of the remnant godliness. God's works are all good. His combinations are all beneficial. If we attempt to amend, we shall certainly mar them. Obedience to rulers is a positive command. It is binding everywhere and always, until it is taken off by the same authority that imposed it. Men are not permitted to determine for themselves how far they shall go in obedience to magistrates. Such a principle would produce universal anarchy, and is not found in the Bible. Go forward in your allegiance to the powers that be, not until you think you have gone far enough, but until you come upon the law of God, claiming the space in front for himself, and absolutely forbidding your advance. Go forward with the fear of the King, unless and until the fear of the Lord cross your path like a wall. There is room for every effort by the citizens to get laws amended and grievances redressed, but no permission given in the Scriptures to rise in rebellion with the view of achieving any temporal good. Resistance is not prescribed as a remedy when the magistrate invades your rights. That terrible resource is held in reserve for one terrible contingency, when the magistrate invades the rights of God. If anyone, looking from the political viewpoint, should say this concedes only a limited measure of liberty, it is not my business to supply an answer. My duty is to point out what the Scriptures teach. To their authority I fondly cling, for the subject on independent grounds of philosophy is too deep for me. If I am cast abroad upon abstract speculation for the grounds and limits of a subject's obedience, I am in a sea where I can feel no bottom and see no shore. No feasible rule can be laid down, except that which the Scriptures contain. Let any man try to write down a scale showing when and wherefore private persons may lawfully resist public authority, and he will soon be convinced that the task is hopeless. Every attempt to define the liberty of rebellion will be found to open a door to anarchy. In point of fact, very little of the liberty that now exists in the world has been achieved by violent resistance to governments because of oppression in temporal things. Wherever civil liberty is large and lasting, it has grown slowly by successive accretions, the effect of peaceful effort, or if it has been obtained wholesale, it will probably be found that the tyrant government fell and broke itself upon a resisting people in the effort to usurp the authority which belongs to God. Violent revolutions, although provoked by injustice and oppression on the part of princes, have seldom secured and consolidated the liberty of the people. The condition of the European continent now, and its history during the last 10 years, lead us back, in the interests of patriotism as well as religion, to the very letter of the scriptural rule, "Fear the Lord and the King, and meddle not with them that are given to change." It is true that the people have been oppressed by their rulers, but it is also true that they have gained nothing by rebellion. We can observe these two facts, but we cannot do much more. The subject is too deep for us. God in his word condemns all tyranny on the part of princes, but he does not there prescribe an armed rising of the people as the method of redressing their wrongs. He retains the retribution in his own hand, and permits it to fall in his own time on the head of the guilty. Men who intelligently fear God, and make his word their law, while they unite with every patriot in efforts to improve the condition of the people and the laws of the state, are disposed to bear wrong when their temporal rights only are invaded, and to reserve the ultimate remedy of resistance for those laws of man that would compel them to violate the law of God. Among enlightened Christians, loyalty is more than a negative principle. It is not enough for them that they refrain from resisting constituted authority. They learn from the Scriptures to be subject not only for wrath, but for conscience' sake. Fear of the king is comparatively a feeble sentiment. Alone it cannot long withstand assailing temptations. The fear of the Lord is a mightier principle. It is its nature, wherever it lives and thrives, to strike its roots down into the deepest places of a human heart. In the Scriptures, the feebler force is made fast to the stronger, and so carried through in trying times. Loyalty is most secure where it has godliness to lean upon. The popedom has appropriated these doctrines to itself and employed them for its own ends. The principle of Melville is adopted at Rome. The priests teach most earnestly that allegiance to a temporal sovereign is limited and controlled by a prior and superior spiritual claim. This truth perverted has become the mainstay of popish power. They adopt the divine revealed law, fear the Lord and the king, and foist an old Italian priest, the chief or the tool of a college of cardinals, into the place of the living God. The nations, with their eyes put out, grind like Samson in the mill of these lordly priests. The Romanists are accustomed to take up the arguments wherewith we defend the truth, and employ them to support their own lie. Hence, when the ancient war cry of our forefathers, "We must obey God rather than man," began to rise in a crisis of our own day, the politicians recognized a wonted sound, and exclaimed, "Here is popery over again." Yes, the doctrine of the Covenanters and of the Papists is the same. Both maintain and teach that a supreme allegiance is due to one supreme, and that obedience to human governments comes in under it, and only in as far as may be consistent with it. Up to this point they agree, but in one thing they differ. Those accord the supreme allegiance to God, according to the rule of the Scriptures. These accord it to the Pope, as advised by the dark and selfish counsels of the junto that surrounds him. If our legislators had an eye to take in the breadth and depth of that distinction, it would be better for themselves and the nation. The popish doctors have a pleasant coating wherewith they cover their bitter pill. They teach that it is spiritual authority only that is claimed by the Pope, not temporal. Thus the shipmaster, with a leer in his eye and the helm in his hand, tells the remonstrant horseman on deck that he may mount his own steed and ride in any direction he pleases. When persons or peoples embark on board the Pope's ship, they may, like little children, play at temporal liberty by chasing each other from side to side or from stem to stern. But the wary pilot has them under his power and will carry them and theirs into any port he chooses. A British Christian owning God, according to his word, as supreme ruler of the conscience, and knowing no authority on earth superior to the Queen, is a safe subject and a useful citizen. A papist, settled on our soil and enjoying the benefits of our constitution, sworn to yield primary allegiance to a foreign prince in all that relates to spiritual interests, and conceding absolutely to that prince the right to define what spiritual interests are, may be in his own character personally a good man, but cannot in any crisis be counted a loyal subject. The difference between these two is as great as the difference between light and darkness. If it were generally perceived and practically acknowledged, it would go far to right the labouring ship of the state and prepare her for meeting the baffling winds and deceitful currents of the times. We do not, however, expect light to arise on the political horizon. We must look in another direction for the dawn. Although popery is the greatest tyrant and the chief support of other tyrannies, the love of civil liberty has not light enough to perceive the danger, nor strength enough to strike the blow. Civil liberty is indeed in principle and practice against the popedom, but it is like an infant in a giant's hands. The popedom is a spiritual wickedness in high places. Terrestrial patriotism stands on a lower platform and cannot reach its mighty foe. Political liberalism, though it desire a good thing, has not strength to win it. It lacks pith and bottom. Popery is too many for it. The great victories over the world and its God are won not by policy but by faith. It is not by might nor by power, but by my Spirit, saith the Lord. End of section 116.
Section 117 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Sluggard's Garden. Quote, I went by the field of the slothful, and by the vineyard of the man void of understanding. And lo, it was all grown over with thorns, and nettles had covered the face thereof, and the stone wall thereof was broken down. Then I saw and considered it well. I looked upon it and received instruction. Yet a little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep. So shall thy poverty come as one that travelleth, and thy want as an armed man. End quote. This section of the book of Proverbs is wound up by a touching picture of sloth and its consequences. The description is true to nature because it is taken from fact. The words need no paraphrase. The meaning all shines through. This observer has taken a photograph of the sluggard's garden without asking the sluggard's leave. Copies may be multiplied to an indefinite extent, showing the condition of his home and shop and factory. From the same original you might even sketch with considerable accuracy the desolation that broods over his soul. In this case, however, as in many others, good came out of evil. The idle man, without knowing it, gave the passenger a lecture on the virtue of diligence. Then I saw and considered it well. I looked upon it and received instruction. If the learner's own heart is in a right condition, he may obtain a profitable lesson from every sight that meets his eye, and every sound that falls upon his ear. A teachable scholar will make progress under a very indifferent master and in a very unlikely school. If a man has a clean conscience and a well-balanced mind, he is in a great measure independent of surrounding circumstances. When a man's ways please the Lord, he will even make his enemies to be at peace with him. All things will be constrained to work together for good. If the righteous are in sight, he will follow their footsteps. If the evil cross his path, he will turn another way. The learner and the lesson stand before us here in a picture which looks like life. A passenger is suddenly arrested by some object on the wayside. He stops short, seeks an elevated standpoint, and gazes earnestly through a gap in a broken wall. It is a field with a vineyard on its sunniest slope, the patrimonial farm of a Hebrew householder who lives in the cottage hard by. They were not the ripening clusters of a well-dressed vineyard or the waving grain fields of a thrifty husbandman that drew the curious eye of the traveller in that direction. Thorns and nettles covered all the ground within, and the wall that once surrounded it was crumbling. There was no fence round the vineyard to defend the fruit, and no fruit within the vineyard to be defended. The owner did nothing for the farm, and the farm did nothing for the owner, but even this neglected spot did something for the passing wayfarer, who had an observant eye and a thoughtful mind. Even the sluggard's garden brought forth fruit, but not for the sluggard's benefit. The diligent man reaped and carried off the only harvest that it bore, a warning. The owner received nothing from it, and the onlooker received instruction. Here is a principle which might be extended. The lesson read by one may be learned by 1,000. People complain that they have few opportunities and means of instruction. Here is one school, open to all. Here is a schoolmaster who charges no fee. If we ourselves are diligent, we may gather riches even in a sluggard's garden. He who knows how to turn the folly of his neighbours into wisdom for himself cannot excuse defective attainments by alleging a scarcity of the raw material. If we were skilful in this kind of mining, we would find many rich veins in our own neighbourhood. There are many sluggards' gardens on either side of our path. If we consider them well, we shall receive instruction from each. If we obtain a little from each, a rich store of wisdom will soon accumulate in our hands. Here's a sluggard's garden. The object is worthy of a second look, and will repay it. You observe the house into which that haggard, half-naked labourer entered. Follow him, and you will find a lesson written on the inside of his unhappy home. The house is empty and unclean. His wife is toiling hard in the heart of the confusion, and scarcely looks up as her husband comes in. There is not a seat on which he can rest his wearied limbs, and as no preparation has been made, an hour must pass ere food of any kind can be prepared to satisfy his hunger. He growls in anger or groans in despair, according as he's been more or less inured to this species of misery. If you examine him, he will tell you that he came early home so often and found the house unready for him that the motive was at last torn away. If you examine her, she will tell you that she prepared so often for his early return in the evening, and so often waited in vain, that the motive was at last destroyed, and she ceased to struggle. To determine precisely the origin of the evil, as between the two, seems a problem as difficult as to ascertain the sources of the Nile. But the result is abundantly plain. Their house is desolate, their hearts are callous. The garden has been neglected, and now it is utterly waste. This garden produces no sweet fruit to its owner, but you may bear away a harvest from the stinging nettles that grow rank on its graveyard corruption. Let a young man watch and pray that he enter not into temptation in his choice at first. Let a young woman, when a proposal's made to her, seek the consent of our Father in heaven ere she gives her own. Let the two, when united, bear one another's burdens, and so fulfill the law of Christ. Let a husband cherish and manifest a tender affection, strive to make his wife's burdens light, and be pleased with her efforts to please. Let the wife have a clean house and a comfortable meal and a blithe look, all ready for her husband when he returns from his toil. The inside of a loveless dwelling, the pen that shelters an ill-matched pair, teems with lessons for the inexperienced passenger. Look on it and receive instruction. A youth, after having lain a heavy burden on his parents throughout the period of childhood, rebels and defies them as soon as he has acquired strength sufficient to win his own way in the world. Weary of listening to their counsels, he deserts them. While they were strong, he was weak. They stinted themselves to supply all his wants. When he became strong, and they in turn were feeble, he selfishly left them to sink or swim, and devoted all his means to the gratification of his own tastes. His parents have at last been brought with sorrow to the grave, and his pleasures have begun to pall. Now the prodigal would fain arise and go to his father, but he has no father and no home. His bursting heart would get relief if he could weep on the neck of those whom he has injured, and confess his sins. But this may not be, it is too late. He's wretched, and his wretchedness stares out of his eyes upon every observer. Consider him well, young man, there is a lesson in him. He gives instruction, as Lot's wife gave it, free to all who pass. The sluggard has wasted his own garden and starves, but the hand of the diligent may gather riches within its broken walls and from its barren surface. A young woman with a fair countenance and a light heart has listened to flattering lips, and confident in her own steadfastness has ventured to walk on slippery places. She's sunk in deep mire. Hope has perished now, and therefore effort has ceased. These rags cover a shriveled frame, and that shriveled frame conceals a broken heart. Look upon that vineyard. Consider well the rent wall that lays it open to prowling wild beasts, and the rank growth of nettles the chosen cover of noisome night-birds. Look, young woman, on that once blooming garden, now a fetid swamp. Look on it and receive instruction. All things are new in the world without, to those who are renewed in the heart within. If the eye is single, the whole body will be full of light. When the learner is a child of God, even the works of the devil will supply him with a lesson. When the record is complete of all the schools and schoolmasters that have, in various departments, contributed to educate the whole family of God, it will be a wonderful miscellany. Its running title will be, All Things Are Yours, and Ye Are Christ's. End of section 117, read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2025.
Section 118 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Monarchs, under God and over men. These are also proverbs of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah, king of Judah, copied out. It is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. The heaven for height and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings is unsearchable. Take away the dross from the silver, and there shall come forth a vessel for the finer. Take away the wicked from before the king, and his throne shall be established in righteousness. Proverbs 25, verses 1 through 5. Solomon spoke 3,000 proverbs. 1 Kings 4, verse 32. Whether they were all written we do not know, but they have not been all preserved. Some of them, though useful in their day, were not suitable or necessary in subsequent ages. Others were selected by holy men of old, whom the Spirit moved, and stored in the Scriptures as a treasury of practical instruction and reproof for all nations and all times. Inspiration obviously applies to the selection of what should be recorded, as well as to the utterance of that which is in itself true and divine. We need not be surprised to learn that many of Solomon's sayings, after serving, quote, their own generation, fell on sleep, end quote, and were lost to the world. For a greater than he spoke many words of heavenly wisdom to his immediate disciples, which were not recorded, and which we on earth will never know. The apostles drank in for their own life all that fell from the great teacher's lips, but recorded only those portions which his Spirit directed them to preserve as the heritage of the church. Quote, the men of Hezekiah, end quote, were not ordinary men. That godly king of Judah was surrounded by a band of kindred spirits, who cooperated with him in a great revival. It was a bright time at Jerusalem when Hezekiah reigned and Isaiah prophesied. It is evident that the king encouraged the prophets, and the prophets supported the king. The 70 read, quote, the friends of Hezekiah, end quote. Solomon's words were counted precious in those days, and the associated patriots gathered up the fragments that nothing which was permanently useful might be entrusted to tradition. This collection was made by inspired prophets and admitted into the canon of the Jewish scriptures from the first. It was recognized by the Lord and his apostles as part and parcel of the scriptures, which were given by God to teach the way of eternal life. This portion opens with a contrast as to dignity and wisdom between the king immortal and an earthly ruler. Quote, it is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. End quote. God is the uncaused cause of all things. He is the center and source of being. He knows the end from the beginning. In his knowledge there is no progress, because there is no imperfection. Quote, his understanding is infinite. End quote. It is by slow degrees and by laborious effort that we work our way into the minute portions of creation that lie within our reach. It is the privilege and glory of man to search into the infinite above and beneath him. But he is not able to go far in either direction. Mines which we count deep have been driven by human hands into the earth's crust, and yet how short is the line that sounds them in comparison with the earth's radius. But this conveys no adequate idea of the difference between the depths of God's works and the line which limits men's researches. Between the shaft of a deep mine and the depth of the globe, from its surface to its center, there is a definite and known proportion. But between what we know of God's work and that work in all its extent, there is no proportion which we can calculate at all. Quote, thou art a God that hidest thyself, end quote, is one of the attributes of the Supreme. In nature he has, so to speak, two hiding places, one above man and another beneath him. Some things are hidden from our view by being too great, and some by being too small for us. Men search as far as they can in one direction with the telescope, and in the other with the microscope. But beyond every depth attained lies a deeper still. How great the contrast between divine and human government! The one proceeds from within outwards, with perfect knowledge of the whole. The other feels its way laboriously upon the surface, and cannot fully comprehend even the small matters that lie within its jurisdiction. These men of Hezekiah, quote, feared the Lord and the king, end quote, in due order and proportion. They were godly and loyal. In arranging their collection of Solomon's Proverbs, they set in the foreground the supreme and unapproachable wisdom of God, and thereafter magnify the office of the prince. Quote, the heaven for height and the earth for depth, and the heart of kings is unsearchable. End quote. Though an earthly sovereign is feeble and short-sighted in contrast with the Supreme, yet, in comparison with other men, kings enjoy great honor and exercise great influence. There is a certain sublimity in the royal dignity. In every condition, men expressly or tacitly own it. Even those who in theory are adverse to regal government cannot be entirely stoical in a monarch's presence. There is grandeur in sovereign power, without respect to the justness of its title or the beneficence of its sway. We have seen all Europe watching the countenance of one man and eagerly scanning every sign or syllable which might indicate the purpose of his heart. But the still reverential regard of millions does not imply a belief on their part that the man who is its object is endowed with superhuman wisdom. It is enough that in point of fact his single will can quench or kindle war over the area of 2 continents. This element of power possessed elevates monarchy and sets it on the summit of earthly things. The constituents which compose Mont Blanc are not more heavenly than the earth of lesser hills, and yet the human spirit stands in awe before that regal mountain. In some such way are men affected by the presence of a king, although they know well that the person occupying the office for the time is nothing more than an average specimen of humanity. The Lord reigneth, and they who fear him should rejoice. He will set restraining bounds to the wrath of man. Although mankind have suffered much from the cruelty of despots, yet the race have derived an incalculable benefit from the tendency to venerate monarchy, which manifests itself so strongly, especially in a primitive state of society. Government, as compared with anarchy, is so great a blessing that even after many heavy oppressions are deducted, a surplus of solid gain remains to humankind. But seeing that a king by office wields a power so great, the law of God and the interests of men require that it shall be wisely directed towards beneficent ends. Kings have, in all times and all places, been more or less swayed by the counselors who surround them. In our country, more than in any other monarchy, the people, in their collective capacity, have a potential voice in the selection of the persons who shall stand next the throne and influence the government. The precept is, therefore, directly applicable to us. We are commanded to take away the dross from the silver, that the forthcoming vessel may be pure. In as far as it is placed in our power, it is also laid upon our conscience to, quote, remove the wicked from before the king, end quote, that his, quote, throne may be established in righteousness, end quote. Here lies the duty and here the danger of Britain. We need not expect that the supreme ruler will support our sway in the world if we elevate the wicked to the high places of authority and sustain them there. His law is, quote, them that honor me I will honor, end quote. If, by the united will of a God-fearing nation, God-fearing counselors are planted round the throne, we may hope for the continuance and extension of our authority in the world. How shall we dare to pray that God would preserve to us the empire, in order that we may squeeze riches for ourselves from the sinews of subject millions? If our rule is such as to bless the nations, we may plead with the Lord to prolong our sway. We need not expect that God will give the world to us if we do not count and make it our mission to bring the world to God. Wherever the master imparts the 10 talents, he accompanies the gift with the injunction, lay them out for me. No counsel will prosper that rejects or ignores that highest law. If we permit the dross of ungodly selfishness to tinge the councils and control the government of the state, the goodly vessel will go to pieces in our hands. In India, the noblest foreign possession of our own or any other crown, the policy of the government, sustained by the community, has been to maintain intact the variegated superstitions of the East, lest any religious commotion should interrupt the stream of gain in its homeward flow. The authorities have, with smooth tongue, flattered, and with strong hand, defended the hideous and cruel worship of devils, which, in the name of religion, possesses and torments the land. They have supported and propagated doctrines which they knew to be dishonoring to God and injurious to men, that the multitude so flattered might be more easily governed. They have exerted their influence against the introduction of Christianity among the natives, lest conversion should breed commotions and diminish our gains. Now God has withdrawn his protecting hand and permitted an insurrection to burst forth, to which the world's history cannot afford a parallel. Our policy has failed. We fawned on these hideous idols as if we had known no almighty protector in heaven, and now these idols tear us limb from limb. We adopted the policy and are suffering the chastisement of Ahaz, the weak and wicked king of Judah. Quote, for he sacrificed unto the gods of Damascus, which smote him. And he said, because the gods of the kings of Syria help them, therefore will I sacrifice to them, that they may help me. But they were the ruin of him and of all Israel. End quote. 2 Chronicles 28, verse 23. In the whole matter of Indian government, a counsel vicious to the core has predominated. We must, quote, take away the dross from the silver, and there shall come forth a vessel for the refiner. End quote. We must no longer suppress revealed truth and uphold the doctrine of devils. We must fear God in the heathen's sight and have no other fear. End of section 118.
Section 119 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wayne Cooke. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot, a faithful messenger. As the cold of snow in the time of harvest, so was a faithful messenger to them that sent him, for he refresheth the soul of his masters. Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth and a foot out of joint. Proverbs chapter 25, verses 13 and 19. The art of cooling drinks in hot climate, by snow and ice preserved or imported, seems to have been known and practiced at an early period of the world's history. In our cool insular clime, we cannot fully appreciate the worth of such a refreshment, because we never very keenly experience the want of it. Imagination must largely age the senses ere we can rightly estimate how the eyes of a Hebrew husbandman sparkled at the sight of snow from Lebanon when a harvest sun was beating on his brow. Such a refreshment in time of difficulty is a faithful messenger who goes forth through the danger and comes back with relief. In a crisis at the early stage of the Crimean War, the bearing of a message became the hinge on which success or disaster turned, and the messenger who bore it became the hero of the day. When the Russian army had been routed on the Alma, and the Allied commanders had determined to march past Sebastopol and seize the port of Balaclava as a base of operation, a message to the fleet, charging it to meet the army in the morning there, was a vital element of the plan. The British officer who bore it proved a faithful messenger. When the army, after their inland night march, first crowned the heights that overlooked the sea, the foremost ships of the fleet were steaming cautiously up the narrow inlet. When the commander of the army, with the responsibility of the maneuver lying heavy on his heart, looked over those girdling hills and saw the admiral's flag waving in the harbor, the faithful messenger whom he had dispatched across the enemy's country the evening before must have been felt like snow in harvest refreshing his soul. The American missionary Judson was imprisoned in Burma and doomed to death. Alone in the hands of heathen savages, that Christian apostle could do nothing to preserve his own life. He learned in his prison that a British ship of war was in the Burmese waters. Both power and will to save were at hand, but all might be miscarried if no messenger had been found, or if the messenger sent had not been found faithful. God had given the missionary favor in the eyes of some who had access to the prison. Having entrusted the vital message to one of these, he entrusted himself to his Father in heaven, and waited the result in patience. Next day the boom of a cannon fell on the ear of the missionary as he lay in his dark, hot dungeon. It was evidence that a knowledge of his danger had reached the British captain. His messenger had been faithful, and that faithfulness then was like snow in summer to his weary heart. When the message was delivered, all the rest was easy. The ship of war soon wrenched the Christian captive from the hands of the barbaric king. A history might be written of such decisive messages borne by such faithful messengers, and a thrilling history it would be. But the position and power of the oppressor are sometimes such that a mere messenger, however faithful, cannot in any measure contribute to the deliverance of the captive. When the enemy's hosts girdle the beleaguered city round, to bear a message forth would be to the bearer a baptism of blood. Such is the condition of the world, and such the baptism which the messenger of the covenant came through in his saving work. He is a brother born for the adversity in which we lay. He is faithful to bear tidings of the danger, and mighty to save from death. He delights to speak of himself as one who has been sent. He that sent me is the epithet by which he loves to designate the Father. This messenger came into the world to make God's mercy known, and by his faithfulness the sender was refreshed. The testimony came in a voice from heaven, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." But Jesus is a messenger in another way. He is mediator. He lays his hand upon both. He brings God's message to us and bears our message back to God. If we, in our low estate, have any request to present before the King Eternal, he is ready to be its bearer. We have an advocate with the Father. He ever liveth to make intercession for us. Through him, the meanest captive who pines in this distant prison and sighs to be free, may safely send his petition safely to the Lord God of hosts. The messenger is faithful, and will certainly refresh the souls of those who entrust their petitions to his hand. He bore the tidings of mercy to us, though the wrath due to a world's sin blocked up the way. How much more will he bear our request to the Father, now that his suffering is over and his everlasting joy begun? He carried God's message to us when our ungrateful ears were shut against the sound. How much more will he carry our cry to God, who loves to hear of the prodigal's purpose to return? All ye that are weary and heavy laden, send your requests by the hand of this faithful messenger. For the purpose of presenting them with power, Christ ascended. It is expedient for you that I go away. He delights when we give him work. He is happy when his hands are full. He put his disciples on the way of pleading, like a master guiding his pupil's hand in writing to petition out. Hitherto, he said, ye have asked nothing in my name. Ask, and ye shall receive. This messenger will be like snow in harvest to those who, in their extremity, send a message to God by him. He will refresh the souls of those who send him. Our help is laid on one that is mighty. He is messenger and conqueror too. There is none other who is able and willing to save. He stands now at the door of a closed heart, ready to bear a message from the perishing to the throne of grace, and pleading for such a message to bear. Present always by his word and spirit, he cries, and cries again, weeping to the careless, "Here am I, send me." He promises to pray to the Father for us, and we know that his prayer prevails. Already as prophet he has come, making known the way of salvation. Now he enters as priest within the veil, bearing his people's requests for grace. In the end, he will come out as king and bear his people into glory. In contrast with the refreshment which a faithful messenger pours into a weary spirit, confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth and a foot out of joint. Verse 19. It is worse than want to expect support and be, in consequence, pierced by a broken reed, is a greater calamity than the sternest refusal could inflict. The greatest disaster, in proportion to the number of men engaged, that has befallen our arms in the Eastern insurrection, was the direct result of confidence in an unfaithful man. At Ara and the Ganges, 300 or 400 soldiers were sent to attack a body of the rebels and relieve some British residents who were in danger there. A native was employed to ascertain the position of the enemy. In consequence of his report, the men left the river and made a night march into the interior. The messenger was false. The little army fell into an ambush prepared for them in the jungle. 2/3 of their number were shot down in the dark by unseen foes. The remnant escaped to their ships when the day dawned. As they lay in that fatal valley, getting their death wounds in the dark, and helplessly wishing for the day, how exquisitely bitter must have been the reflection that a too ready trust in a faithless man had wrought them all this woe. When life is at stake, there should be no softness or slackness in scrutinizing the character of a messenger, especially in matters which directly affect the life of a soul. The credentials of unknown mediators should be rigorously tested. What shall become of those who send their petitions for mercy from God through the saints of the Romish calendar? The messenger is unfaithful, and the message will never reach its destination. Those old bones and pictures cannot carry your request to the throne or obtain its answer there. The disembodied spirits whom these relics are said to represent are not more effectual mediators than the relics themselves. They have neither omniscience to hear your prayer on earth, nor merit to make it prevalent in heaven. Christ is the faithful messenger, and now is the accepted time. There is a gulf which even Jesus will not cross to make a path for the prodigal's return. Although the separation which sin has made between us and God is inconceivably great, a living way stretches over it by which petitions go now for grace, by which the petitioners shall follow to glory. But the messenger of the covenant will never traverse the chasm which the final judgment will leave between the good and the evil. Weary pilgrims, as you would have refreshment for your souls in your day of need, send your petition by a faithful messenger in an accepted time. Come unto God by him, for there is no other advocate with the Father. And come now, lest the door be shut. End of section 119.
Section 120 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Cunningham. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Section 120. The fire that melts an enemy. If thine enemy be hungry, give him bread to eat, and if he be thirsty, give him water to drink. For thou shalt heap coals of fire upon his head, and the Lord shall reward thee. Proverbs chapter 25, verses 21 and 22. The germ of this most precious moral lesson was deposited in the earth at an early period of its history. In the laws of Moses, it takes a form suited to the simplicity of primeval times. If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. Exodus chapter 23, verse 4. Jesus, in his day, found it in the Pharisees' hands, covered over with an encrustation of rabbinical traditions, which not only obscured, but utterly perverted its meaning. As corrupted by the Jews, the precept ran, Thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy. When the lawgiver incarnate had stripped the encumbering glosses from his own command, the vital germ, released from the imprisonment of ages, budded and burst and blossomed in the light. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you, that ye may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. Matthew verses 44 and 45. This is the ripened fruit which the simple Mosaic precept produces for our use in the new dispensation. For Christ came not to destroy the law and the prophets, but to fulfill. In the lips of Jesus the lesson attained its fullest dimensions and divinest form. Paul, delighting in all things to follow his master's footsteps, took up the ancient law, as Solomon had expressed it, and wove it for ornament and strength into his greatest treatise at its practical turning point. Dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath, for it is written, Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. Therefore, if thine enemy hunger, feed him. If he thirst, give him drink. For in so doing, thou shalt heap coals of fire on his head. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good. Romans chapter 12, verses 9 through 21. But we have not reached the origin of this wonderful law when we have traced it up to Moses. His and all subsequent expressions of it are copies merely. The original is indeed a deep thing of God. That which he commands us to do to one another, he had already done to us in the everlasting covenant. He saw mankind in active enmity against himself. He visited his enemies not to condemn, but to save. He gave food to the hungry and water to the thirsty. He gave all good in Christ. He gave that unspeakable gift to enemies. He gave it as coals of fire to melt the hardened. This is the pattern after which all true morality is fashioned. The soul of social duty is, love one another as I have loved you. To love an enemy is a principle that comes from heaven. It is not indigenous on earth. Even after it has been planted in a human heart, its growth is generally stunted for want of a soft soil and a genial atmosphere. It is a tender exotic, and its fruit seldom comes to perfection in the cold, damp field of the world. Some, who seem to excel in other graces, fall far short here. This is peculiarly the grace of the Lord Jesus. One who knew it well represented it as the distinguishing feature of his work, that, while we were yet enemies, we were reconciled to God by the death of his Son. Romans verse 10. Those disciples, accordingly, who walk most closely with their Master will be found to excel the most in this rare attainment. It is only when the same mind is in us that was also in Christ Jesus, that we love our enemies and do them good. When he was lifted up on the cross, he gave out the keynote of the Christian life. Father, forgive them. The gospel must come in such power as to turn the inner world upside down ere any real progress can be made in this difficult department of social duty. When we learn like Paul to long after our neighbors in the bowels of Jesus Christ, Philippians chapter 1 verse 8, we shall, like him, long after them all without exception. It is in proportion as a disciple loses the sense of his separate identity and realizes his union as a member in the body of Christ, that his charity is able to cover the high provocations of those who deliberately do him wrong. As water, though it be actually low within the distributing channel, will rise again to the height of its source, so when the compassion that flows through a believer in the body is the very compassion that flows into him from Christ, it is a good of sufficient power to overcome the most formidable manifestations of evil. Practice directly depends on faith. When duty is difficult, faith must be strong. Accordingly, it was when the Master enjoined his disciples to forgive an enemy 7 times a day that they cried out, Lord, increase our faith. Luke chapter 17, verses 4 and 5. They felt the force of mercy in their own hearts utterly inadequate to the difficult work which was prescribed, and with the true instincts of the new creature sought a remedy suited to their want, a sealed union of the empty channels with the upper spring of abounding grace. This method of treating an enemy is prescribed not merely because it is abstractly right in principle, but also as the best practical means of obtaining a specific beneficial result. Do him good in return for evil, for thou shalt heap coals of fire upon his head. The idea of a furnace is introduced here with reference to the smelting of mineral ore, and not to the torture of living creatures. The coals of fire suggest not the pain of punishment to the guilty, but the benefit of getting his hard heart softened, and the dross removed from his character. Love, poured out in return for hatred, will be what the burning coals are to the ore. It will melt and purify. In the smelting of metals, whether on a large or small scale, it is necessary that the burning coals should be above the ore as well as beneath it. The melting fuel and the rude stones to be melted are mingled together and brought into contact particle by particle throughout the mass. It is thus that the resistance of the stubborn material is overcome, and the precious separated from the vile. This analogy gives an impressive view both of the injurer's hardness and the power of the forgiver's love. Christians meet much obdurate evil in the world. It is not their part either peevishly to fret or proudly to plan revenge. The Lord has in this matter distinctly traced a path for his disciples and hedged it in. It is their business to render good for evil. It is their business to pile forgiveness over injuries, layer upon layer, as diligently and patiently as these swarthy laborers heave loads of coal over the iron ore within the furnace. And that not merely in conformity with an abstract idea of transcendental virtue, but with an object as directly and as substantially utilitarian as that which the miner pursues. The Christian's aim, like the miner's, is to melt and so make valuable the substance which, in its present state, is hard in itself and hurtful to those whom it touches. The Americans have a tract on this subject entitled "The Man Who Killed His Neighbors." It contains, in the form of a narrative, many useful practical suggestions on the art of overcoming evil with good. It is with kindness, modest, thoughtful, generous, persevering, unwearied kindness, that the benevolent countryman kills his churlish neighbor, and it is only the old evil man that he kills, leaving the new man to lead a very different life in the same village after the dross has been purged away. If any one desires to try this work, he must bring to it at least these two qualifications, modesty and patience. If he proceed ostentatiously, with an air of superiority and a consciousness of his own virtue, he will never make one step of progress. The subject will, day by day, grow harder in his hands. But even though the successive acts of kindness should be genuine, the operator must lay his account with a tedious process and many disappointments. Many instances of good rendered for evil may seem to have been thrown away, and no symptom of penitence appear in the countenance or conduct of the evildoer. But be not weary in this well-doing, for in due season you shall reap if you faint not. Although your enemy has resisted your deeds of kindness, even unto 70 times 7, it does not follow that all, or that any of these has been lost. At the last, the enmity will suddenly give way and flow down in penitence under some single act, perhaps not greater than any of those which preceded it, but every one that preceded it contributed cumulatively to the glad result. The miner does not think that his coals of fire are wasted, although he has been throwing them on for several successive hours, and the stones show no symptom of dissolving, for he knows that each portion of the burning fuel is contributing to the result, and that the flow will be sudden and complete at last. Let him go and do likewise who aspires to win a brother by the subduing power of self-sacrificing love. The practical effect of kindness in subduing the evildoer, as well as its originating principle, is exhibited in the covenant of grace before it can appear in the life of believers. In this department, as in others, Christians are not inventors. They must be imitators of God as dear children. If any one succeed in melting a neighbor's hard heart by undeserved love, he has borrowed the method whereby Jesus won his own. Led to repentance himself when he was seared in sin by the undeserved goodness of God, A renewed man instinctively repeats the process on a smaller scale wherever he can find a subject, as little children imitate in a diminutive sphere the actions of their father. The saved know the effect which goodness from God in return for evil has produced on their own hearts, and therefore are ever, according to their measure, trying the same process on their fellow men. Nor does this unmeasured mercifulness impede the action of righteousness either in God or in man. Mercy to sinners, as it appears in the Gospel, is totally diverse from indulgence to sin. God knows how to be both just and the justifier of them that believe in Jesus. The perfect adjustment of righteousness and mercy in the pattern should be sufficient to keep the imitator right. It is possible to forgive freely a brother's sin, and yet thereby give him no encouragement to repeat it. No man can supply a directory which shall tell the learner, in every case that occurs, wherein and how far he should, in the interests of justice, maintain his rights against an evildoer, and wherein and how far he should, in the interests of mercy, forgive. No such external rules exist, and no such external teaching is possible. It is not lo here and lo there. The kingdom of God and its laws are within the hearts of its loyal subjects. When you love both righteousness and your erring brother as Christ loved both righteousness and you, the difficulties will vanish like mist as you go forward to meet them. If you get upon the traces of the Lord's goings, the way will be easy and the issue sure. If you are willing to follow him, he will lead you through. Your forgiveness of wrong, when you see your way to bestow it freely, will not embolden the transgressor to think lightly of the law. Your stand for righteousness, when you see meet to make it, will not detract from mercy's melting power upon the transgressor's heart. Be mercifully righteous, and righteously merciful, like the Lord, and as he has thereby won you, you will thereby win your brother. The workman in this department is worthy of his hire, and he will get it. The master who prescribes the task has promised the laborer his wages. The Lord shall reward thee. Those who fulfill this royal law will receive from the king a royal recompense. The wages are not corruptible things as silver and gold. The winner's reward is the brother whom he has won. The Lord himself expressly announced, as the profit accruing from a cognate labor, thou hast gained thy brother. Matthew chapter 18, verse 15. No work is so well paid as this, and no efficient workman goes away discontented. Those who would not value this kind of reward are precisely the persons who never try this kind of work. To render good for evil without limit as to time and quantity is a hard effort, and to turn a neighbor's hatred into love is all that can be made by it. He who does not value the pearl will not dive for it, but he who dives for it shows by the very act that he values the pearl. The same love that risks the outlay will count the return abundant. This is the way of the Lord. In the doing of his commandments is a great reward. Those who do his work cannot be deprived of their wages, for the work is wages, and the wages is work. End of section 120.
Section 121 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. A time to frown and a time to smile. Quote, the north wind driveth away rain, so doth an angry countenance a backbiting tongue. End quote. There is a use for everything. There's a use for the north wind, and for an angry countenance. Rough-visaged, ungainly messengers both are, but when sent on necessary errands, they fulfill their mission well. When David wanted a weapon, Ahimelech, the peaceful priest of Nob, having no other than the sword of Goliath, which he kept as a relic, apologized as he offered it, thinking it not sufficiently slim and fashionable for a soldier from the court. There's none like that, said David. Give it me. The man of war had seen hard service and expected more. The sword that could deal a heavy blow was the sword for him. According to the translation in the text, which is perhaps on the whole as free from difficulties as that in the margin, it appears that in the climate of Palestine the north wind carries the rain clouds away, and prevents them from discharging their burden on the land. The same phenomenon is to some extent observed in our own island. This meteoric fact is framed into a proverb and employed to describe an analogous feature in the action of moral forces upon human life. An angry countenance driveth away a backbiting tongue. There is a place for anger as well as for love. As in nature, a gloomy tempest serves some beneficial purposes for which calm sunshine has no faculty, so, in morals, a frown on an honest man's brow is in its own place as needful and useful as the sweetest smile that kindness ever kindles on a human countenance. A gentle, loving character is much admired, and where it is genuine, deserves all the admiration it has ever gotten yet. These features, however, constitute only one side of a man, and we must see the other side ere we can pronounce an intelligent judgment on his worth. If he has not another side, he will not leave his mark on the world. If he has not the faculty of frowning, I would not give much for his smile. A worthy matron once showed me her own portrait set in a massive frame, and suspended in the most conspicuous place of her best room. Her sons had secured the services of an eminent artist to fix their mother's features on the canvas, that filial piety in a future day might have the double aid of sense and memory in the effort to recall the past. The old lady, after asking her visitor's opinion, frankly pronounced her own. "It is not in the least like me. I never had such great black blotches in the middle of my face." The artist's shade offended her. A shining disk of red and white would have pleased her better. She excelled more in the management of family economics than in judging a work of art. Such, in a more important sphere, is the taste that demands only gentleness in human character, and would dispense with virtues of swarthier hue. We don't want a fretful, passionate man, and if we did, we would find one without searching long or going far. We want neither a man of wrath nor a man of indiscriminating, unvarying softness. We want something with two sides, that is, a solid, real character. Let us have a man who loves good and hates evil, and who, in place and time convenient, can make either emotion manifest in his countenance. The frown of anger is the shade that lies under love and brings out its beauty. The wisdom that is from above, whether as doctrinally revealed in the Bible or practically operating in a Christian's life, is first pure and then peaceable. Salt is worthless when it has lost its saltiness. The double command of the Lord, corresponding to the two constituent elements of a disciple's character, is, "Have salt in yourselves, and have peace one with another." Mark 9, verse 50. The gentleness which will have peace on any terms is neither pleasing to the Lord nor beneficial to men. If there is no pungency, there will be no purifying. An angry countenance is a specific for taking the venom out of backbiting tongue. The disease is painful and dangerous, the medicine which cures it worth its weight in gold. An angry countenance is not in itself and for its own sake a blessing to its possessor. Like some valuable medicines, it is a fiery and dangerous thing. It is not safe to harbor it in large quantities or carry it about in company. There is imminent risk of explosion. But it is good to have a supply of the tincture always within reach, and wherever a backbiting tongue shows itself, resolutely to administer the dose. A backbiting tongue would be comparatively harmless if it should never meet with itching ears. Alone, it would be like seed without a soil. The mischief would soon die out if it wanted the power to propagate its kind. To speak evil is in this department the first and greatest sin. But the second, which is like unto it, is to hear evil. Knit your brows at the backbiter's approach, and he will soon sneak away. If you do not take the venom in, he will not long continue to give it out. Frown like the north upon the parasite who flatters you by speaking evil of a neighbor. Call up the angry countenance to chase the troubler from your presence, as you would unleash the gruff watchdog to scare the robber from your garden. In a subsequent proverb, this principle is specifically applied to an actual case. If a ruler hearken to lies, all his servants are wicked. Whether he be the ruler of a family, a shop, a manufactory, or a nation, it behooves him to lay to heart this plainly spoken and homely warning. The practice which this word exposes is very common and very mischievous. It is not enough that you abstain from telling lies to the prejudice of others. To listen to such lies is only 1 degree less guilty. There is an appetite in human nature for secrets clandestinely obtained. Stolen waters are sweet. This tendency should be jealously watched and sternly repressed. It is a man's interest as much as his duty to starve this morbid curiosity out of his own heart. Like other abnormal appetites, if it is indulged, it will increase. If you give it much, it will demand more. Nor will the supply of aliment fall short. He who listens to lies will always have plenty of lies to listen to. This habit in a ruler is disastrous directly to his dependents, and indirectly to himself. Those of the servants who tell lies to their master become sycophants. Those of them against whom lies are told grow desperate. Confidence is destroyed, and fear has no power to hold the incongruous elements together. The servants are wicked, and the loss falls ultimately on the master. From this side, the responsible head of any large establishment is always exposed to danger. Backbiters are moving about like flies in the sunshine. Timidly at first, and tentatively, and one by one, they alight upon him. If they find him soft, they gather courage and sit down in swarms upon his body. Firmness is a fundamental requisite for the master who has many servants. Without it, even genuine kindness will be practically thrown away. A man who has not a frown in reserve cannot turn his smiles to any good account. It is refreshing to see the vermin flying before an angry countenance. When once scared away, this kind do not so readily return. Those masters who give the talebearers their desert at first are seldom troubled with them a second time. One master's weakness, though not so sinful in itself, may thus be as mischievous in its effects as another master's wickedness. Many grain fields have rotted after they were ripe, for want of a sharp north wind to drive the clouds away, and many social blessings have been blighted in the bud, for want of a frown at the proper time upon the ruler's face. Such anger, far from being antagonist to love, is the very instrument which love wields. If you have not a frown on your face wherewith to meet the backbiter, you cannot have true kindness in your heart towards the innocent whom he undermines. No man can serve these 2 masters. To obey the one is to despise the other. You cannot both maintain the cause of the innocent and open your ear to the traducer's tale. Love of the true is on its other side a north wind that will drive a cloud of lies away. You may as well attempt to admit light into a chamber without expelling the darkness, as to retain affection for the good without becoming a terror to the evil. Nor do the real interests of the injurer himself require a different treatment. Love even to the backbiter demands that you should have an angry countenance ever ready to meet a backbiting tongue. You are cruel to him and not kind if by your softness you stimulate still further the growth of a thorn which is already choking whatever good seed has been sown in his heart. Give the devil that possesses your brother a blow, although your brother himself should feel the smart. When he comes to himself, he will thank you. End of section 121. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2025.
Section 122 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Cold waters to the thirsty soul. As cold waters to a thirsty soul, so is good news from a far country. Proverbs chapter 25, verse 25. Water is a wonderful work of God. The consumption of it is great, but the supply is abundant. It is stored in the ocean and distributed by clouds. For the preservation of its purity, it is laid up in salt.
but each portion that is carried away for actual use is distilled in the process of removal, that it may be fresh and sweet when it is poured upon the ground. It is carried in clouds across the continents, and poured out on central mountain ridges, that the whole land may be refreshed by it as it returns to the sea. Both the chemical composition of the water and the mechanical apparatus employed in its distribution teem with wonders. Some hydraulic machines of vast power have been made by human hands, but the greatest of them sinks into insignificance before the self-acting engine which irrigates a world with fresh water from a salt sea, and brings back the used material as good as ever to the store again, without the loss of as much as a dewdrop in 1,000 years. The common rule in human affairs is that things of great intrinsic value are possessed in diminutive qualities, whereas coarser stuffs are more abundant. The reverse is the law in the Creator's storehouses. They contain the largest stock of the best articles. Men ungratefully hide from their own minds the unspeakable worth of water under the vast profusion of the supply. There is seldom a lively appreciation of the benefit until it be burnt into the memory by the pain of privation. If you would have cold water valued at its true worth, offer it to a thirsty soul. In our own country, happily, we must depend on the testimony of others for the full meaning of the figure. It is not in our moist climate that instances of severe suffering from thirst occur. We are familiar with the phenomenon as a matter of history, but not as a matter of experience. Certain touching episodes in the Scriptures have made us acquainted with the facts from our earliest years. The story of Hagar and her boy is one of those that go into the memory, as a legend goes into the rock from the pen of iron that writes it there. And what reader of the New Testament will ever forget the pictures of the wondrous man sitting weary on the well at Sychar, asking common water of the woman to refresh his own parched lips, and giving her in return the living water, which springs up into everlasting life? Like that best of all bodily refreshments is the relief which good news from a far country brings to a spirit that has been chafed by many successive alarms, and worn out by long continued apprehension of evil. During the present season, British mothers, not a few, have had sons and daughters in the interior of India, shut up within frail walls with a scanty supply of food, while thousands of cruel heathens swarmed around, thirsting like wild beasts for their blood. The bi-monthly message has reported in its usual laconic terms that the Europeans had taken refuge in the fort, that the treacherous enemy lay in force before it, and that help was still far distant. After these few pregnant words have been uttered, there is silence until the succeeding meal arrives. 14 times the sun goes down in the west and rises in the east again, and all that time these British mothers can see no sign from that distant land where their treasures lie. Imagination peoples the time and space with varied terrors. The massacres already perpetrated by the same faithless foe supply too readily a body in which fear's fevered dream may clothe itself. Bloody swords and ghastly corpses flit all night before sleepless eyes. These 2 weeks expand into years, and the expanded space is full of agony. The strain of the suspense is drying up the marrow in the heart of the bones. We have thirsty souls here, and lo, from the eastern heaven cold water comes. The good news, traveling literally with the lightning speed, falls in large cool drops on these burning hearts. A British army has swept across the sultry plain, driven away the hordes of cruel Asiatics, and borne the famished garrison away alive to a place of safety. Another example of the principle presents itself by association before us here, and presses for notice too. Better news from a more distant country has come to cheer a deeper gloom. Good news is the specified name by which God's mercy to men is known. Peace on earth, which was proclaimed by angels and procured by Christ, which is offered in the word and enjoyed by the faithful, is like cold waters to a thirsty soul. An intelligent being, not of our race and nature, would expect that when the message came, the whole world would be on tiptoe to receive it. But in point of fact, very many silently neglect, and not a few openly despise it. Those who pant for it, as the hart for water brooks, seem to be in all ages a minority in the world. The message of mercy is to most men like cold water to a soul that is not thirsty. Where there is a burning thirst, perhaps there is no material blessing that affords to a human being such a lively pleasure as cold water. But on the other hand, scarcely anything can be more insipid in the absence of thirst. When it is applied to the lips of a satisfied man, it is not indeed actively or violently offensive, but it is utterly tasteless, and is therefore set aside and forgotten. Such precisely is the treatment which the glad tidings get at the hands of men. To neglect a great salvation is at once the sin of the greatest number and the greatest sin. There is relish enough in the world for all sorts of news, except the best. Whene'er we meet, you always say, "What's the news? What's the news? Pray, what's the order of the day? What's the news? What's the news? Oh, I've got good news to tell. My Saviour hath done all things well, and triumphed over death and hell. That's the news. That's the news." It has been said, although we have not been able to verify the report, that the writer of these lines was a lunatic. But if he was such a babe, a wisdom which is hidden from the wise and prudent had been revealed to him. If by some film on his brain the lower lights were excluded or distorted, his soul was open upward, and the light of life came in. But there are many thirsting souls on earth, and many refreshing drops falling from heaven. The Lord knoweth them that are his, and they who are his know the Lord. Thirst is a blessed thing if cold water be at hand. Cold water is a blessed thing to those who thirst. Needy sinners get, a gracious Saviour gives. When the thirst drinks in cold water, when cold water quenches thirst, the giver and the receiver rejoice together, while the redeemed obtain a great refreshment in the act. The Redeemer obtains a greater, for himself was wont to say, "It is more blessed to give than to receive." End of section 122. Section 123 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. An impure appetite seeks impure food. As a dog returneth to his vomit, so a fool returneth to his folly. Proverbs chapter 26, verse 11. The natural tastes may be keen and tender, while the moral sense is blunt. Refinement may be disassociated from holiness. Some who live in spiritual impurity would shriek at the sight of material filth. According to the usual method of the Scriptures, a known thing is employed here to teach an unknown. The taste which inheres in nature is used as an instrument to implant the corresponding spiritual sensibility. The revulsion of the senses from a loathsome object is used as a lever power to press into the soul a dislike of sin. The image suddenly thrown across our path in this text is reflected from one of the most disgusting sights that meets the passenger's eye on the promiscuous paths of life. The suggestion, acting through memory on a vivid imagination, makes the flesh creep. But this is not an oversight. He who knows what is in man seeks a tender place, and of set purpose touches him there. This word wounds the quick flesh in order to awaken sensibility in the dead spirit. Through the lively perceptions of nature, an arrow of conviction is aimed at a callous heart. Although the original is inexpressibly revolting, the image is boldly and broadly sketched. No graceful drapery shrouds the unseemliest features of the object. The figure is exhibited in its length and breadth. The plainness is all needed. The lines are strongly drawn that the lesson may be clear and cutting. There must be a rude, hearty blow, for there is a hard searing to be penetrated. Those who go back to suck at sins which they once repudiated may see in this terse proverb the picture of their pollution. only the Omniscient perfectly knows and loathes the vile original. The Apostle Peter, finding this reproof in the Bible, judged it a suitable instrument to be used in the coarser portions of his work. He was an earnest, outspoken man. His speech was more distinguished for strength than for polish. When called in the course of his ministry to deal with backsliders, he snatched this weapon from the old armory of Solomon, which the men of Hezekiah had preserved, and used it without a word of apology for its serrated and trenchant edge. The whole passage in Peter's epistle is peculiarly interesting, as an example of the manner in which the writers of the New Testament sanction, adopt, embody, and expand the inspired record of the older dispensation. Quote, "For if after they have escaped the pollutions of the world through the knowledge of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, they are again entangled therein and overcome, the latter end is worse with them than the beginning. For it had been better for them not to have known the way of righteousness, than after they have known it, to turn from the holy commandment delivered unto them. But it has happened unto them according to the true proverb, the dog is turned to his own vomit again, and the sow that was washed to her wallowing in the mire." End quote. 2 Peter 2, verses 20 through 22. Some persons who had heard the gospel abandoned their vicious courses and had been enrolled as members of the church, had after a while openly returned to their former sins. The apostle betrays no faltering in dealing with the case. He utters a certain sound. Although it was the knowledge of the Lord that induced them at first to reform their lives, they had never been in true faith united to the Savior. The fear of the judge had driven them, for a time, from their indulgences, but the love of the Redeemer had not conclusively won them to hope and holiness. They dreaded Christ's judgment seat, but were not created again into his image. They fled in fear from the material food of their corrupt appetites, but carried their corrupt appetites away alive in their breasts. When the terror passed, the tastes revived, and by a resistless instinct devoured again the very abomination which they had cast out as evil. Peter supplies a graphic description of the process by which old lusts regain their dominion, and he who seemed emancipated is again enslaved. The man who fled from the pollutions of the world is entangled therein again, and thereby overcome. The term indicates that one thing is plaited into another, as the strands of a rope or the branches and roots of contiguous trees. Where suitable substances are so interwoven, whether by art or nature, they cannot be severed from each other without being torn in pieces and destroyed. When the affections of a corrupt heart are by frequent gratification allowed to push their roots deeply into the pollutions of the world, and the pollutions of the world are allowed to warp themselves round the affections of a corrupt heart, a dreadful process of plating is accomplished underground, unseen, and the ensnared victim at last refuses to renew the struggle because he feels or fears that a violent separation would wrench out his life. A man's life has been partially reformed while his conscience remains unclean. He flees from the sins which he fears and yet loves the sins from which he has fled. Under the impulse of this unsubdued desire, he steals back, when an opportunity occurs, to the neutral ground between good and evil, and dallies with the old impurities across the boundary line. To him all seems level and safe, but he is on the brink of ruin, and his steps will slide in due time. When thirst for the world's pollutions revives, he saunters on the edge of the world's territory, whereby stretching over he can sip a little now and a little then of the abandoned sweets. Chafing under the self-imposed but unkindly restraint, he argues with himself that Christianity does not frown on harmless enjoyments. He intends to stand with his feet on the safe side, while with his hands he plucks a pleasure from the side which is not safe. The appetite and its gratification, both unchanged, grow into each other again. When the unrenewed heart and the pollutions of the world are, after a temporary separation, brought together again, The two in their unholy wedlock became one flesh. The crash of a sudden judgment disturbs the long lethargic slumber. The Philistines be upon thee, Samson. The unconscious captive arises and shakes himself, but his locks are shorn and his strength is gone. Any green with may bind and hold him now. His eyes will soon be out. He will grind darkling all his days in the prison for sport to his cruel foe. Peter summons another witness of kindred character to corroborate the testimony of the more ancient proverb. The apostolic supplement, though the same in kind, is in degree less caustic than the original germ. The appended proverb, though less pungent as a reproof, reveals a touching feature in the nature of spiritual declension. The sow was washed. The filth was wiped away from the creature's skin, but the creature's instincts remained unchanged. She is as clean and white as the lamb that feeds beside her on the grass. But whenever an opening appears in the fence, she bounds toward the mire and bathes her body in it. It is not necessary to watch the lamb and fence it round lest it should go and do likewise. It has no inclination to do so. It has another nature. Man's true need, God's sufficient cure is, create in me a clean heart and renew a new spirit within me. End of section 123.
Section 124 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian, Hendrie. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Now or tomorrow. Quote, boast not thyself of tomorrow, for thou knowest not what a day may bring forth. End quote. Chapter 27, verse 1. Tomorrow will come. On that point there is no doubt. But will you be here to meet it? The day is sure, but your interest in it is altogether uncertain. We have faculties for knowing the past and experiencing the present, but none for discerning the future. We know well, each in his own immediate sphere, what was yesterday and what is today, but we know not at all what shall be tomorrow. The uncertain things are not the day and its nearness, but our life and our condition when it arrives. To count on tomorrow so as to neglect the duty of today is in many respects the greatest practical error among men. None have a wider range, and none are charged with more dreadful consequences. Whether the work in hand pertain to small matters or great, to the sowing of a field or the redemption of a soul, for every one who deliberately resolves not to do it, 100 tread the same path, and suffer the same loss at last, who only postpone the work today with the intention of performing it tomorrow. This proverb contains only the negative side of the precept, but it is made hollow for the very purpose of holding the positive promise in its bosom. The Old Testament sweeps away the widespread indurated error. The New Testament then deposits its saving truth upon the spot. The law declares that tomorrow is the worst time for making the decisive choice, and the Gospel proposes today as the best. For making the choice on which the interests either of time or eternity depend, Solomon warns us to distrust the future, and Paul persuades us to occupy the present hour. Quote, behold, now is the accepted time. Behold, now is the day of salvation. End quote. Tomorrow is the devil's great ally, the very Goliath in whom he trusts for victory. Now is the stripling sent forth against him. A great significance lies in that little word. It marks the point on which life's battle turns. That spot is the Ougamon of Waterloo. There the victory is lost or won. Men do not often join issue against God on the person of Christ or the ministry of the Spirit, on the ground of acceptance or the necessity of faith. On all these points, and many others, the carnal mind readily acquiesces in the doctrine of Scripture, like willows bending to the breeze, but resists Christ's claim to be admitted now, as a rocky shore resists the onset of the waves. The worldly will freely agree to be Christians tomorrow, if Christ will permit them to be worldly today. The now, which divine mercy presents to men, instead of their own false tomorrow, represents in one view a line running through all time, and in another a point touching only the present moment. One day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day. The two representations are congruous, and each is in its own place important. 1. Let Paul's now represent time, and Solomon's tomorrow represent eternity. In this aspect, today and not tomorrow is the day of salvation for mankind. When we compare time with eternity in relation to the hopes of men, serious misconceptions sometimes steal in under the guise of a more advanced spirituality. People search for comparisons to indicate how very small this life is, and how very great is the life to come. Imagination is put upon the stretch for the means of expressing how much eternity exceeds in importance the present time. In one point of view, and for one purpose, this is right. But in another point of view, and for another purpose, it is wrong. This life is in one aspect the least, and in another the most important period of our destiny. This life is in one sense the smallest, and in another sense the greatest thing to man. When you separate the two and look at them apart, as distinct and rival portions, time for an immortal is a very small thing, and eternity inconceivably great. No comparison can do justice to the difference between them. No imagination can measure how far the infinite future exceeds in importance this passing scene. But when you consider time and man's life on earth as the beginning of his eternity, that part of it which gives direction and character to all the rest, then, though it seems a paradox, it is nevertheless true that the present life is the greatest treasure entrusted to man. This earth is a more important place for us than any that our feet will ever stand upon, for here all is lost or won. Time, considered by itself as a portion, is very insignificant, but in its own right place it is more important than eternity itself. In all the universe there is no spot so significant as this globe on which mankind dwell. On it the issues of eternity for all the human race are fixed. Here, in our nature, Emmanuel wrought deliverance, and here all his people are born and nourished and trained for his kingdom. This life is the germ of immortality. This earth is the nursery for heaven. You have seen the tiny blossom of the fruit tree opening in early spring. After basking a few days in the sun, it fades and falls. A germ is left behind on the branch, but it is scarcely discernible among the leaves. It is a green microscopic speck that can scarcely be felt between your fingers. If a hungry man should pluck and eat it, the morsel would not satisfy. Although he dreams of eating, when he wakes his soul is empty. The germ, as to present use, is a sapless, tasteless nothing. Grasped now as an object and end, it is the most worthless of all things. But left and cherished as the germ of fruit, it is the most precious. According as it fades or thrives, will the husbandman have joy or sorrow in the harvest. This life is the bud of eternity. If it is plucked and used as the portion of a soul, that soul will be empty now, and empty forever. If the husbandman should gather all the germs green, while they are tiny, tasteless atoms hiding among the leaves, he would be disappointed at the time, and destitute at last. He would gather worthless things in spring, and have nothing to gather in harvest. This life, taken and used as the portion of an immortal being, is green and sour and hurtful. If you pluck it at this stage, you will taste no real sweetness at the time, and possess no ripened store at last. But while the present world, thus abused, is worthless, rightly used, it is beyond all price. Here is generated, cherished, ripened, the life that will never die. Time, from the creation of man to the final judgment, is in God's sight as one day, And that day is a high day in the calendar of heaven. On it, at early dawn, man was made in God's image, and lost that image by his own sin. On it, at high noon, the Son of God took human nature, and died, the just for the unjust. Ere its evening close in darkness, the whole family of God will have been born and educated for glory. This day, in the midst of eternity, though it seems small, like a lone star in the blue sky, is greater than human thought at its utmost stretch can measure. Man signalized it by making it a day of perdition. God signalized it by making it a day of salvation. The view of the earth would make pilgrims at every stage tread it reverently as holy ground. This view of life would infuse a heavenly wisdom into the spirit and conduct of the living. Time's one great day begins with the creation of man, and ends with the coming of the Lord. But already in God's sight, that expanse is nothing more than a point. And to ourselves, when from eternity we look back, it will seem a speck upon the infinite. As one star differeth from another star in glory, this day will shine more brightly than all the rest, for it is the bride's birthday. It is the date attached to every name in the Lamb's book of life. 2. Let now represent this moment, and tomorrow the next. The same object may appear at one time as a lengthened line, and at another as a single point, according as it is presented to the observer. The now of mercy's offer, which runs parallel with the human race over all the course of time, is also a moment which passes ere its name can be pronounced. Imagine the whole human race of all generations to be a moving row of living men, like a procession marching along the street. Such indeed it actually is, almost without a figure. Conceive the now to be a fixed point on the route, a signal displayed from the palace of the king, and left to wave a welcome there throughout that great day on which the procession is defiling past. From morning till night, that same gladsome signal hangs at the same spot, but each man of the lengthened line is compelled to march quickly past, and to him it remains only a few moments in sight. One man marches forward, others follow, beholding the signal in their turn, but those who have passed cannot see it now, although the sight were their life. Suppose the 600,000 Hebrews in the wilderness, when stung by the fiery serpents, formed in one vast column and defiling 2 or 3 deep, past the spot where the healing emblem hung. The movement occupies one whole day. The healing symbol is like God's present accepted now, and the march of the Hebrews past it is like the course of mankind over time. Mercy abides there all day long, but each passenger sees it only while he passes. If the wounded do not look when he is at the spot, he will go forward diseased and perish beyond, although others coming after him are still getting life from the look. Now is displayed from heaven an invitation from its Lord to the generations of men as they are gliding past it like a stream. He holds it out all the day, from the morning, when he made man in his own image, till that gathering night, when a mighty angel shall proclaim that time shall be no more. He has never drawn it up, although the provocation has been great, and will not draw it up till the last man shall heave in sight and look upon it. To the race, it is a line stretching over all time, but to the individual, it is only a point. For narrowness, it is a point, but it is the point of the sceptre extended from the hand of the king, and the law of the kingdom is that whosoever touches it shall live. Such and so winsome has mercy made today, that men might be persuaded not to put their trust in an unknown tomorrow. We know not what a day may bring forth. Behind the dark curtains of the future, tomorrow lies concealed. She is travelling in birth, and what shall her offspring be? Whether weal or woe, whether sickness or health, whether prolonged probation in this life, or quick removal to the judgment seat, is unknown and undiscoverable. We all do fade as a leaf. And how does a leaf fade? The 2 main features characterize the manner of its fall: certainty and uncertainty. In one aspect, nothing is more fixed, and in another, nothing more fluctuating. All those myriads that now glitter in the sunshine or flutter in the breeze will be strewn on the ground ere the year die out. But when this one shall fall, and how long that one shall hang, no tongue can tell. One falls smitten by a mildew soon after it has burst from the bud in spring. A second is withered by a worm at its root in early summer. A third is shaken off by a boisterous wind, and a fourth is nipped by frost in autumn. In what part of the year any leaf will drop is wholly uncertain. That all will be down ere the year be over is absolutely sure. We may see in this fragile mirror the reflection of our own frailty. The generation now living will in a few years be all beneath the dust. But the departure of each is as uncertain as the dropping of the leaves. Some drop in childhood's spring, some in the bloom of youth, some in the maturity of manhood, and some hang on till the winter of age arrives. These two things are terribly clear. The time is short to all, and the short time is uncertain to each. An artist solicited permission to paint a portrait of the Queen. The favour was granted, and the favour was great, for probably it would make the fortune of the man. A place was fixed, and a time. At the fixed place and time, the Queen appeared, but the artist was not there. He was not ready yet. When he did arrive, a message was communicated to him that Her Majesty had departed, and would not return. Such is the tale. We have no means of verifying its accuracy, but its moral is not dependent on its truth. If it is not a history, let it serve as a parable. Such a disappointment might spring from such a cause. Translate it from the temporal into the eternal. Employ the earthly type to print a heavenly lesson. The King Eternal consented to meet man. He fixed in his covenant and proclaimed in his word the object and the place and the time of the meeting. It is for salvation. It is in Christ. It is now. The faithful Creator has been true to his own appointment. He came not to condemn, but to save. He came in Christ, God manifest in the flesh. He waits now to embrace returning prodigals. If they abide among their husks today, and come running and panting tomorrow, they may find that the door of mercy is shut, and the day of redemption past. Have you felt a fainting of heart and a bitterness of spirit, when, after much preparation for an important journey, you arrived at the appointed place, and found that the ship or train by which you intended to travel had gone, with all who were ready at the appointed time, and left you behind? Can you multiply finitude by infinitude? Can you conceive the dismay which will fill your soul if you come too late to the closed door of heaven, and begin the hopeless cry, "Lord, Lord, open to us"? End of section 124.
Section 125 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The Countenance of a Friend. Iron sharpeneth iron, so a man sharpeneth the countenance of his friend. Proverbs 27, verse 17. When an iron tool becomes blunt, an instrument of the same material is sometimes employed to restore its edge. In such a case, literally, quote, iron sharpeneth iron, end quote. This process is compared to the quickening influence which a man's countenance may exert on the flagging spirit of his friend. As an instrument made of steel may, when blunted, be sharpened again by another instrument also made of steel, so a man, when cares oppress his spirit and cloud his face, may be brought to himself again by intercourse with a brother who has a more sprightly countenance and a more hopeful heart. A man's mind is liable to become dull in the edge, as well as the tool which he handles. The moral bluntness is as common as the natural, and springs from a similar cause. Much application, especially on hard and unyielding subjects, rubs off the sharp edge of the intellect and renders it less capable of successful exertion. A man in this condition is like an artisan, compelled to work with a blunted instrument. The effort is painful, and the progress is slow. For a blunt tool or a weary spirit, we are not limited to one application. Many whetstones lie within our reach, of various material and various virtue, and one of the chief is, quote, the countenance of a friend, end quote. Bring the downcast into the presence of a true friend. Let a brother's countenance beam upon the worn-out man. Let it sparkle with hope and speak encouragement. Forthwith the blunted mind takes on a new edge and is able again to cut through opposing difficulties. Everyone who knows what care is has experienced the process of blunting, and everyone who has a friend knows how much power there is in human sympathy to touch the soul that has become like lead, as heavy and as dull, and sharpen it into hopeful activity again. Saul of Tarsus, even after the quickening of grace was superadded to the natural intensity of his intellect, was himself beaten broad and blunt by many successive blows on coarse, cross-grained material, and burst into glad thankfulness when he felt the countenance of a friend touching his spirit and restoring its tone. Quote, we were troubled on every side. Without were fightings, within were fears. Nevertheless, God that comforteth those that are cast down, comforted us by the coming of Titus. End quote. While he acknowledges God as the source of all consolation, he confesses with equal distinctness that the instrument which applied it was the face of a friend. We are wonderfully made, both as individuals and as members of a community. Each man is a separate being, conscious of his own personality and continued identity, and amenable to the supreme judge for himself alone. Yet each has as many separate relations as there are persons with whom he holds intercourse in the various offices of life. We influence others and are, in turn, affected by them. Man would scarcely be man if he were prevented from associating with his kind. It is not good for man to be alone. Solitude, rigidly maintained and long continued, produces insanity. One half of the human faculties are framed for maintaining intercourse with men, and one half of the divine law is occupied with rules for regulating it. Although social meetings become frequently, in point of fact, the occasion of sin, they are not in themselves unnecessarily evil. The concourse of numbers for social enjoyment affords an opening by which the tempter may come in, but even in the face of such a danger, we dare not advise that the door should be wholly and forever shut. Watch and pray against temptation on every side, but forbid not the meeting of man with man, whether in seasons of joy or of grief. The countenance of a friend, the mark of glad recognition after protracted absence, the intelligence that looks out of every feature, and the love that kindles all into a glow, the countenance of a friend, with all that is in it, is a wonderful work of God. It is a work as great and good as the sun in the heaven, and, verily, he who spread it out and bade it shine did not intend that it should be covered by a pall. When the Creator had made a shining sun, he hung it in the midst of heaven, that all the circling worlds might look on its beauty and bask in its rays. So, when he makes a, quote, lesser light, end quote, of equal brilliancy, a loving human countenance, he intends that it should shine upon the hearts that have grown dark and cold. Social, or, if you will, convivial parties are the outgoing of instincts which our Maker has planted in our being. A convivial meeting is one where men eat their bread together, getting and giving reciprocally, meantime rays as sweet as sunlight from the faces of friends. Why should not the sons of God meet thus, and bless each other as brothers, while they are fed by a Father's hand? Alas, when they meet, Satan still presents himself among them. When the avenues of the heart are fully opened to admit a brother's love, an evil spirit glides in to possess and defile. But it is not the happy face of a friend that stings and kills. There is no evil in it. Behold, it is very good. Let, quote, holiness to the Lord, end quote, be written on it, and then enjoy freely the society of men. We may eat our bread together, and look on each other's faces while we eat, and thank God for his goodness. Meetings are not evil. Social meals are not evil. Cheerful conversation is not evil. Kind looks are not evil. Christians, here is a work to be done, a battle to be fought, a victory to be won. Wrench these good things from Satan's hands, and let the children of God, for whom they are provided, enjoy their own again. The human countenance, receptacle of 1,000 joyful impressions, that at a signal leap into their places simultaneously, and crowd and flit and glow and glitter, there a galaxy of glory, a teeming, overflowing source of manifold and wide divergent consolation. The human countenance, O thou possessor of the treasure, never prostitute that gift of God. If you could and should pluck down these greater and lesser lights that shine in purity from heaven, and trail them through the mire, you would be ashamed as one who had put out the eyes and marred the beauty of creation. Equal shame and sin are his who take this terrestrial sun, a human countenance, and with it fascinates his fellow into the old serpent's filthy folds. In a certain Italian city, not many years ago, 6 men of diverse age and rank and attainments were sitting late at night around the table, within the dwelling of one of their own number. Each had a Bible in his hands. Each man looked alternately down on that blessed book and up on his brother's countenance. Both were beaming, and the light that shone in both was a light from heaven. As iron sharpeneth iron, so these persecuted disciples of Jesus sharpened mutually their own broken spirits by looking on each other's faces while they conversed upon the word of life. The spoiler came. The agents of a despot broke suddenly into the chamber and dragged its inmates to prison. But a friendly countenance reached the martyrs there and healed their broken hearts. The face of that friend whose presence gave, quote, songs in the night, end quote, to Paul and Silas in the inner prison at Philippi, bursts yet through every barrier to cheer the hearts of those who suffer for his sake. This soul is obliged in the conflict of life to force its way through hardnesses which, sharp though it is, destroy from time to time its penetrating power. It strikes suddenly upon temptation, upon worldly cares, upon pains, upon bereavements, and onward further in its course it must strike upon the armor of the last foe. When the spirit is sorely blunted on all these and turned into lead by contact with the last, how shall it acquire a keenness, whereby it will be able to go with a glance right through the armor of death and gain victory? The sharpener provided for this extremity is still the countenance of a friend. As iron sharpens iron, a man is provided to quicken in the last resort the sinking soul of man. For our adversity a brother is born. It is this countenance lifted up and looking love on a human being in the hour of his need that will revive the downcast spirit and put a new song into fainting lips. By the countenance of that friend, falling with its holy light on the solitary pilgrim at the entrance of the dark valley, the spirit, in the very act of departing, has often been brought to a keener edge than it ever knew before. And then, conscious of power and fearless of obstacles, it has leaped forth and darted away like light, leaving the bystanders gazing mute on the illumined wake. When they regain their lost breath and dare to break the silence in presence of the placid dead, it is to whisper to each other through struggling tears, quote, "What hath God wrought?" End quote. End of section 125.
Section 126 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Chapter 125. Conscience. The wicked flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous are bold as a lion. Proverbs chapter 28, verse 1. No man pursueth, and yet a pursuer is on the track of the fugitive, otherwise he would not flee. Pursuit and flight are in nature correlatives, and constitute an inseparable pair. Pursuit follows flight, or flight precedes pursuit, as an advancing body casts a dark shadow forward or backward, according to the direction of the light. His own shadow may be, and often is, the most terrible pursuer that ever dogged the steps of a criminal. A swift foot does not avail the man who is fleeing from himself. When Cain shed his brother's blood, no man pursued the murderer, yet he was pursued. He was hunted like a deer by dogs. His own apprehension was, I shall be a fugitive and a vagabond in the earth, and it shall come to pass that every one that findeth me shall slay me. Every bush that waved in the wind became the avenger of Abel, and made the lifeblood curdle in Cain's heart. This was the Lord's doing in that early age, and the same method is still adopted in the government of the world. A man has committed murder, and successfully concealed his crime. No human eye but his own witnessed the deed. No other human ear heard the groans of the victim. No officer of justice arrested the perpetrator. Yet he is pursued and arrested. In some cases, his shadow pursuers drag him in by force, and hand him over to the constituted authorities for trial. In other cases, they hold him in their own thin arms, and glare on him with their own fiery eyeballs, exacting all his life long a severer punishment than any that lies within the province of a human judge. When they escape from man, God is the pursuer of the guilty. If I say, surely the darkness shall cover me, even the night shall be light about me. He bows his heavens and comes down for vengeance as well as for mercy. The invisible God has a way of making his presence felt. A reflector fixed in the human constitution points ever to his author, as the magnet points to its pole, whatever the windings of life may be. With more or less of distinctness, this mirror receives and reveals the frown or the smile that sits upon the judge's brow. Thus, in effect, God is present in every human breast. Conscience within a man is one extremity of an electric wire, whose other extremity is fastened to the judgment seat. This apparatus brings the judge and the criminal terribly near to each other, and if peace has not been restored, enmity in such close contact is intolerable. Unable to tolerate it, the guilty betakes himself to flight. No man pursues him, yet he flees as if from armed legions. Whenever and wherever the fugitive may halt to recover breath, his pursuer is still at his heels. The reflector which he carries within himself ever points in one direction, never reveals the face of God. Although he should flee from human abodes and dwell in the heart of earth's deepest desert, the same sun would shine on him there, and the same mysterious tablet in his own soul would receive its burning beam. Hast thou found me, O mine enemy? It is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the living God. A man may be saved from death by seeing the reflection of danger in a mirror, when the danger itself could not be directly seen. The executioner with his weapon is stealthily approaching through the corridor of the castle to the spot where the devoted invalid reclines. In his musings, the captive has turned his vacant eye towards a mirror on the wall, and the faithful witness reveals the impending stroke in time to secure the escape of the victim. It is thus that the mirror in a man's breast has become in sense the man's savior, by revealing the wrath to come before its coming. Happy they who take the warning, happy they who turn and live. The truth-teller is troublesome, and men besmear its bright surface with a thick clay of various pollutions, that the light which glances from it may no longer go like a sharp sword through their bones. You may dim the surface of the glass so that it shall no longer be painfully bright, like a little sun lying on the ground, but your puny operation does not extinguish the great light that glows in heaven. Thus the troubled consciousness in the mire, so that it shall no longer reflect God's holiness, does not discharge holiness from the character of God. He will come to judge the world, although the world madly silence the witness who tells of his coming. Conscience is in many respects the most wonderful element in the constitution of man. It is the point of closest contact and most intimate communion between us and the Father of our spirits. None of the human faculties constitutes so hard a problem in mental philosophy. It has never fully melted yet in the crucible of the metaphysical analyst. Considering its position and uses, we need not be surprised that it more thoroughly eludes our search than other faculties of our nature. Thereby chiefly God apprehends us, thereby chiefly we apprehend God. By the wicked we must not understand only those who are reckoned criminals by human governments. If heathen darkness covers the people, or searing has gathered hard and thick round a man, nothing short of bulky crimes can disturb the conscience. But where the true light shines, his own sins may oppress the penitent, while the neighborhood rings with his praise. We are all as an unclean thing, and all our righteousnesses are as filthy rags. He who uttered that confession was probably reckoned a saint in the city where he lived. Light from God's word without, and a quickened conscience within, revealed transgressions like a cloud for number and for blackness, while the spectators saw nothing but virtue in the suppliant's life. He has looked in upon his own heart, and back upon his past life, and upward to the righteous judge, and forward to the great day, and in all the horizons swept by his straining eye, no spot appears where conscience can find a resting place. Who shall stand between the fugitive and his pursuer? Who shall settle the controversy between an unclean conscience and a just God? The question points, as John did, to the Lamb of God who taketh sin away. There is one mediator between God and man. Terrors are sent as messengers of mercy to arouse loiterers and compel them to flee. While Lot lingered in Sodom, the angels were urgent. The urgency of the angels was irksome to Lot, but when the saved man looked from his refuge in the mountain down upon the burning city, he was glad that the consuming fire passed before him as an image to terrify, before it fell from heaven in its substance to consume. The warning was troublesome, but it saved his life. It is better to be roughly awakened to safety than to perish asleep. So think many now, in the earth and in heaven, who in the day of mercy feared coming wrath, and fled from the wrath to come. The fugitive gets boldness to enter into the holiest, when he enters by the blood of Jesus. Hebrews chapter 10, verse 19. End of section 126. Read by CaretakerSaxon, Weaver, Alabama, February 11th, 2025. Section 127 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Chapter 126. Sin Covered and Sin Confessed. Lie that covereth his sins shall not prosper, but whosoever confesseth and forsaketh them shall have mercy. Proverbs chapter 28, verse 13. This verse is divided to our hand. The separating lines are very distinctly drawn. They mark at once the appropriate place of each portion, and the mutual relations of all. Two persons are introduced, two opposite corpses are ascribed to them, and two correspondingly opposite results are predicted. The one covers his sins, and therefore shall not prosper. The other confesses and forsakes his sins, and therefore shall have mercy. The two distinct yet closely related subjects are the covering and the confession of sin, with the consequences that follow either course. Two kinds of seed are sown in spring, and two kinds of fruit are gathered in harvest. As a man sows, so shall he reap. 1. He that covereth his sin shall not prosper. Few people know what sin is, and those few do not know it well. Both the name and the thing which it signifies are common, yet neither is well or widely understood. Men cover their sins because they know little of them, and then the covering prevents them from learning more. They suspect that the knowledge would not be pleasant, and therefore keep it out of the way. They would call that prophet willingly, if they could be assured that he would prophesy good concerning themselves. Sin is in a man at once the most familiar, intimate, and the greatest stranger. There is nothing which he practices more, or knows less. Although he lives in it, because he lives in it, he is ignorant of it. Nothing is more widely diffused or more constantly near us than atmospheric air. Yet few ever notice its existence, and fewer consider its nature. Dust and chaff and feathers that sometimes move up and down in it attract a regard more than the air in which they float. Yet these are trifles which scarcely concern us, and in this we live and move and have our being. The air which we breathe every day and all day affects our life and happiness more than those occasional meteoric phenomena which excite the wonder of the world. The air exerts a predominating power on life, independently of the thought or thoughtlessness of those who breathe it. Such, in this respect, is sin. It pervades humanity, but in proportion to its profusion, men are blind to its presence. Because it is everywhere, we do not observe it anywhere. Because we never want it, we are not aware that we ever have it. But to ignore its existence does not change its nature or remove its effects. Sin decisively affects the time and eternity of men, although they neither observe its presence nor dread its power. Our ignorance or indolence cannot change the law of God and the nature of things. Sin is sin in its character and consequences, in its present guilt and future doom, although the sinner die without discovering the element in which he lived. Behold, I knew not, will neither arrest nor annul the sentence. Depart from me. The true reason of the sinner's ignorance is the greatness of his sin. If it had been some brilliant feather floating in the air, he would have followed it with his eye, and inquired into its origin. But the air itself, he lived in it, and therefore never became aware that there was such a thing. Beware of the old stolid atheistic blunder of counting that nothing exists which cannot be seen. Moral evil is invisible as the human soul, or God its maker, yet it exists, and its effects are great. God unseen rewards the search of those who seek him. Sin unseen punishes the neglect of those who seek it not. If you diligently seek for God your friend, he will be your rewarder. If you diligently seek for sin your foe, it will not be your destroyer. The acute and learned Saul of Tarsus did not discover his own sin until a journey to Damascus, although it wrought constantly as a law in his members. It was because it lay so near that he failed to observe it. A scratch on the skin is more easily discovered than a poison circulating in the blood. Alas, we know better every trifling accident that occurs in the world than the enmity to God, which reigns at first in all, and troubles even disciples to the last. But the knowledge of sin, difficult by the nature of the thing, is rendered still more difficult by positive efforts to conceal it. Life has three sides like tablets, on which moral character, good or evil, is graven and displayed. An aspect inward, an aspect outward, an aspect upward. The corresponding departments of duty, as expressed in Scripture, are to live soberly and righteously and godly. But when in any or all of these directions a man comes short, an evil heart of unbelief makes an effort to conceal the sin. Watchers and witnesses stand round the man on all three sides, himself, his neighbor, and God, observe and condemn the various forms of transgression. Criminals are not the only class who strive to hide their deeds from the sight of men. Reputable citizens occupy much of their time and expend much of their energy in the task of making themselves seem better than they are. But after covering his sin from his neighbor, the hypocrite must take up the more difficult task of concealing it from himself. A busy court is constantly in session within a human heart. Opposing parties are ever wrangling there. Nowhere is special pleading more cunningly employed to make the worse appear the better reason. No effort is spared to hide the ugly side of sin, and set off its more seemly parts as virtue. The imaginations of man's heart, evil themselves, are constantly employed like clouds of artisans in weaving webs to cover other evils. But the chief effort of the alienated must ever be to cover his sins from the sight of God. The arts are manifold, and they are practiced in secret. It is not easy to detect and expose them. The strong man armed who maintains possession of the citadel puts forth all his strength to prevent the entrance of a stronger one. As long as a human heart is held by the prince of darkness, the human faculties enslaved are compelled to guard the gates against the light of life. The keynote of the carnal is given by the possessing spirit. What have we to do with thee, thou Jesus? Art thou come to torment us? All the wiles of the tempter and all the faculties of his slave are devoted to the work of weaving a curtain thick enough to cover an unclean conscience to the eye of God. Anything and everything may go as a thread into the web. Houses and lands, business and pleasure, family and friends, virtues and vices, blessings and cursings. A hideous miscellany of good and evil constitutes the material of the curtain, and the woven web is walked over and over again, with love and hatred, joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, to thicken the wall without and deepen the darkness within, that the fool may be able with some measure of comfort to say, in his heart, No God. But he shall not prosper in this effort to cover his sin. God cannot be so mocked. His laws cannot so be evaded. Although sin in its spiritual nature cannot be seen by human eyes and weighed in material balances, it is as real as the objects of sense. Although its essence is not palpable, its power is great. If it be not destroyed, it will become the destroyer. If it be not through grace cast out of a man in time, it will in judgment cast the man out from God and the good at last. Certain great iron castings have been ordered for a railway bridge. The thickness has been calculated according to the extent of the span and the weight of the load. The contractor constructs his molds according to the specifications, and when all is ready, pours in the molten metal. In the process of casting, through some defect in the mold, portions of air lurk in the heart of the iron, and cavities like those of a honeycomb are formed in the interior of the beam. But a whole skin covers all the surface, and the flaws are effectually concealed. The artisan has covered his fault, but he will not prosper. As soon as it is subjected to a strain, the beam gives way. The catastrophe, you reply, is due to the violation of physical laws, and we all know that they execrably and impartially chastise transgressors. For that very reason has the example been taken from the domain of the natural laws. You know that it is foolish to hide a sin in the heart of the iron. It shall not prosper. Laws which you see in operation will avenge the trick. The case belongs to matter and its essential properties. The senses take cognizance of the fact. We believe it because we see it. Well, sin covers becomes a rotten hollow in a human soul, and when the strain comes, the false gives way. If the hypocrite, through the merciful arrangements of Providence, be tried and tested in this life, the fair appearance will collapse, and a deceived heart, taught by terrible things in righteousness to know itself, may yet find God a Saviour. It is thus that the trial of faith is much more precious than of gold that perisheth. 1 Peter 1, verse 7. The fall which reveals a fatal defect, before it is too late to obtain a remedy, is in form a calamity, but in essence and effect the best of blessings. If no severe pressure comes to test the spurious goodness within the limits of this life, it may hold together until it be out of sight in the grave. But it is appointed unto men once to die, and after death the judgment. The strain which will try every man's work is put on there. The unsoundness caused by covered sin will be detected then. The assize and the condemnation are not visible. If men refuse to believe what they cannot see, they must even wait until they get their own kind of evidence. If a material generation in a material age will make sure that there is no flaw in the iron which spans the river and bears their goods, and go with the hollow which covered the sin has left in their soul to meet the final judgment, they must even be left in unbelief to take in conviction when it can no longer lead to life. Seeing is believing. The curt proverb will receive a terrible fulfillment when the Lord comes the second time. Every eye shall see him, but they who are first convinced then shall believe and tremble. 2. Whoso confesseth and forsaketh his sin shall have mercy. The subject in the second member of the proverb is that genuine confession which stands opposed to the covering of sin. It tells us what such confession is and what it obtains. Reformation is the test of its character, and pardon its blessed result. There is a relation of a close and interesting kind between confessing and forsaking sin. Confessing is false unless the confessed sin be also forsaken. An actual amendment is unsound at heart unless the forsaken sin be also confessed. Neither can stand alone. They must lean on each other. Confession is made to him against whom the sin has been committed. All sin is sin against God. To God, therefore, confession of all sin should be made. Some acts offend also a brother, and in these cases confession should be made also to him. The confessional system of Rome is false from the foundation. It blasphemously puts a man in the place of God. Its roots are rotten, and its branches cannot bear fruits of righteousness. Instead of securing that the sin confessed shall be forsaken, its natural tendency and common effect is to prepare the way for repetition. It is like a merchant's monthly clearance, leaving the room empty for another set of accommodation bills to be cleared out in turn when the next month is done. So violently did this abuse outrage even men's natural sense of right, that it became the hinge on which, at his earliest stage, the Lutheran Reformation turned. True confession is made to God. The human spirit must come into direct contact with the divine. The Father of our spirits permits the child to approach himself on such an errand, and the offspring man has faculties fitted for converse with God as spirit. When confession is real, it is complete. The same conviction which shows a sinner that he ought to confess, shows him that he ought to confess all. If it is not a confession of all, it is not confession. It is the old trick of covering the sin. When the spirit of adoption is attained, the confessor, with the simplicity of a little child, gives the keys of his heart to God, and welcomes the omniscient searcher into all its secret chambers. True confession will produce actual forsaking of sin, as a living root sends up branches, spreads out blossoms, and nourishes fruit. If a son, far separated in residence and long alienated in heart, relent at length and humbly invite his father to forgive and visit him, and if evil men and evil works find harbor still in the son's dwelling, before the father's visit the place will be purged of its disreputable occupants. If the son is still wedded to these companions and these pursuits, he will not sincerely invite his father to come in. If he really desires that his father should come in, he will at the same moment and under the same impulse drive out the offenders. It is thus that true confession to God, in the nature of the thing, carries with it an abandonment of the sin confessed. And if the sins confessed are not effectively abandoned, the confession has been a lie. If the persons and things that displease the Father are not dismissed, the Son, whatever he may have said, did not actually desire that the Father should visit and inspect his dwelling. There is also a relation between making confession of sin and obtaining mercy from God. Sin is confessed, forsaken, forgiven. So lie the links of this short chain. When sin is cast out of the heart, it neither works any more as a ruling power in the man's members, nor lies as condemning guilt in the book of God. It is sin hidden, and so made still the object of your choice, that has power either to pollute or destroy. Sin cast forth from the heart is harmless. It cannot then pollute the life, and it will not then remain an element of treasured wrath. Similar facts and laws may be found in nature. Some substances which on the surface of the earth cannot hurt a child may, if pent up within the earth, rend the mountains or engulf a city. If anyone fear lest this representation should rob God of his glory, and ascribe the initiative to man, let him look again and look more narrowly into the process. First of all, the confession of the sinner did not provide the mercy of God. That mercy was complete before he confessed his sins, before he committed the sins which he confessed. First and last, the mercy is divine. It is the Father's love, Christ's sacrifice, the Spirit's ministry. It was finished when Messiah died, bought by the blood of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. It was waiting in full free offer when first man's need began. The penitence of sinners did not make God gracious. His mercy is all his own. His glory he will not give to another. Further, the confession and reformation of sinners did not open in the treasured fountain of mercy, a channel which was formerly shut. Before the man confessed, not only was the fountain full, but the stream was flowing. It was beating on the door of his closed heart. It ran waste because he shut it out. But all the work of grace was done by God, and all the glory of grace due to God, before that callous nature opened to receive it. When at last the barrier gave way, mercy flowed in. But the man's confession neither made the mercy in its upward spring, nor charged therewith the channels which unite the earth to heaven. But once more and chiefly, confession, so far from being the cause, is the effect of divine mercy. You see on the surface of the word here that confession obtained mercy. But you must look beneath and learn what produced confession. It was mercy. The promise is, whoso confesseth and forsaketh his sins shall have mercy. That promise was in substance made before any sinner confessed. Otherwise there would never have been on earth any confession of sin. That promise has power. It touches a sinner while he is dead, and hard and still as a stone. It touches and moves him. It touches his heart and makes it flow down like water in confession. It touches his life and leads him into the paths of righteousness. Had there been no such gracious offer from God, there would have been no such submissive surrender by man. This is a circle, you say. The sinner who confessed obtained mercy, and that very mercy caused the sinner to confess. It is, and therein it is like God. All the worlds are globes, and all their paths are circles. His dispensations circulate. All good comes forth from himself, and all glory returns himself. His mercy displayed broke the stony heart, and caused the confession to flow. The confession flowing opened the way for mercy to enter. If I have not a broken, contrite heart, God's mercy will never be mine. But if God had not manifested his mercy in Christ, infinite and free, I could never have a broken, contrite heart. This principle may be seen reflected from the darkest event which has yet sprung from the war in India. Some hundreds of British men and women with their children were shut up within a hastily reared and imperfect fortification at Cawnpore. A numerous enemy swept around their crazy fort and cut off all hope of escape. When heat and hunger had well nigh done his work for him, the insurgent chief approached and offered terms to the enfeebled garrison. They surrendered on the heathen's promise, confirmed by his oath, that they should all be permitted to depart in safety to their friends. The promise was cruelly broken, and the broken promise has wrung the nation's heart and nerved her soldiers' arms. But the promise produced the surrender. The promise of life, when trusted, had power to open those gates, which the enemy could not have forced, as long as the living defendants stood within. Another garrison in a neighboring city were surrounded afterwards in a similar manner by the same faithless foe. But they have not opened their gates, and certainly never will. No promise is held out to them, at least no promise in which they will confide. They will trust no white flag held up by those bloody hands. They will fight in hope as long as they can, and when hope dies, they will fight in despair, but fight they will to the utmost and to the end. Note, when this page was first committed to the press, the whole nation was listening with bated breath for the next intelligence from India regarding the fate of a feeble garrison surrounded in the residency of Lucknow by a savage and triumphant enemy. They held out within their frail fort until they were relieved by a British army. So would sinners fight against an angry God if he did not promise free pardon, or if they did not trust the promise made? It is the promise of life that makes the dying open their gates. When we were unjustly suspecting the true God, as our countrymen justly suspecting the heathen chiefs, when we, like stupid children, were refusing to trust in redeeming love, Jesus, who came to show us the Father, taught us as they teach little children by a picture. The picture is the prodigal son. We are all familiar with this scene. Its features, great and small, are graven on our memories from our earliest childhood and maintain their place even to old age. In upon the callous heart of the worn-out and weary profligate, when his pleasures were palling and his flesh was pining away from his bones, in upon his dry, desolate heart darted the memory of a father's love. Down into the depths of that long alienated spirit sank the conviction that his father's fondness was still unchanged. That power overcame. He said, "I will arise and go to my father." He arose and went. These are the objects that loom dimly in the background. But look, hush! These figures fall in the foreground. Who are these? Many false and foolish things are said of canvas paintings, but this picture, which Jesus gave in his word, of the Father's mercy winning a wanderer back, of a wanderer so won making full, frank confession of his sin, and getting instant free forgiveness, this is the picture for me. See the figures? They move, they move. The Father ran and fell upon his neck and kissed him, and he, the worthless, lay upon the Father's bosom. It is all over. On this side there is no upbraiding, on that side no distrust. A simple-minded disciple once said to Jesus, Lord, show us the Father, and it sufficeth us. What that good man desired to see, surely our eyes have seen. God's Jesus shows him to us. God is love. End of section 127. Read by CaretakerSaxon, Weaver, Alabama, February 9th, 2025.
Section number 128 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by gabbydomi. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. The fear of man bringeth a snare. The fear of man bringeth a snare, but whoso putteth his trust in the Lord shall be safe. Proverbs chapter 29, verse 25. This fowler snare is spread at every turning in the path of life, and many silly birds are entangled in its folds. Shall I do what I know to be right in order to please God, or what I feel to be wrong in order to gain the favor of men? When the question is so put, the answer is easy. On this point, the knowledge of the true is universal, but the practice of the right is rare. Few act the answer which all agree to speak. The men of this day would fain be accounted far-seeing, and yet in its leading principle their policy is emphatically short-sighted. That devoted missionary of the olden time who looked not at the things which are seen, but at the things which are not seen, was on a better tack for both worlds than those of our day who plume themselves on looking to what they call the main chance. He who endeavors to secure his own interests by pandering to the prejudices of men is blind and cannot see afar off. Safety lies on the other side. Neither the snare nor the victim is confined to one class. There are endless varieties in the character and the condition both of the fearing and the feared. At one time, the material of the snare is a monarch, and at another time, a mob. Either is in its own place suitable for the destroyer's purpose, and either becomes to those who stumble into it what the spider's web is to the flies. The victims, too, are various in character and rank. Little children and grown men, poor and rich, subjects and princes, are each in turn caught in this cruel snare. The evil begins at a very early stage of life. For infants, the snare is thoughtlessly spread, and infants thoughtlessly step in. Those who have charge of children very frequently teach them in words to speak the truth, and by deeds entrap them into falsehood. The fear of man is a dreadful thing to a little child. When you conjure up terrors before his eyes and accumulate threats in order to deter him from one transgression, you are digging a pit which will ensure his fall into a worse. When you utter exaggerated threatenings by way of making an impression, you silently make allowances for your own exaggerations. But the infant, at least in the early stages of his experience, takes all for truth. He is filled with a great fear of you and your promised punishment. When he commits a fault, this fear rises up like a giant before him and prevents him from confessing it. He invents a lie in order to escape the punishment, and another lie as a buttress to the first. The poor child is taken in the snare, but they are not guiltless who laid it across his path. Even when no previous threatenings have been uttered, children magnify in their own imaginations the pain of expected punishment, and the temptation to deceive is thereby proportionally increased. Early and earnest effort should be made to elevate the fear of God into the potential predominance over the fear of man in an infant's mind. Severe punishments for trifling faults on one extreme demoralize as much as the utter abandonment of discipline on the other. Encourage to the utmost a truthful confession of the fault by making it tell effectually in favor of the culprit. Adopt a policy that favors confession and never throw artificial barriers in its way. In education, let the chief aim ever be to make love of truth before the living God, the power paramount in childhood's little busy life. Dethrone as far as it lies in your power the fear of man, and let the fear of the Lord reign in its stead. Dread of punishment by a parent or a master cannot and should not be extinguished. Its action is salutary when its position is subordinate, but the supreme authority should not lie in human hands. An event stands in distinct outline on the field of my memory, far distant in the otherwise dim background of early childhood, relating to a certain little hammer which I lifted from its place without leave and broke by unskillful handling. Dismayed at the sight of the damage which I had done, and dreading the retribution which might succeed discovery, I hid the fragment under a chest of drawers in the room, and retired into a corner to meditate a plan of defense. When the case came on, I emitted a declaration to the effect that I knew nothing of the hammer or its fate. Experienced eyes easily read guilt in my countenance. The broken hammer was dragged from its hiding place as a witness against me. The fragments flourished in my face, choked my utterance, and refuted my flimsy plea. I was summarily convicted. When I expected smart correction, my sister, who presided at the inquiry, gravely pronounced, from a hymn which we all knew well, the words, "He that does one fault at first, and lies to hide it, makes it two." She paused, looked solemnly sorrowful in my face, and went away. I received no punishment, but my sister, acting a mother's part, although only 13 years older than myself, was grieved because I had told a lie. My sister's silent grief that day went deeper in and took a firmer hold than any correction by a material rod that I ever received. She gently introduced the instrument, and not by violence, but by a sort of lever, power, and inclined plane, lifted the child's spirit up from the fear of man where it was ensnared, and set it on the fear of the Lord where it was safe. For reward, she had from beneath the gratitude of a motherless boy, and from above the blessing of the orphan's God. For servants, too, this snare is thoughtlessly spread, and servants thoughtlessly step in. In maintaining discipline among servants, as in all other human things, there are two opposite extremes, which are both dangerous, and one path in the middle, which is safe. There is a measure of strictness which is in effect, as it is in design, a hedge planted by kindness along their path to keep them from wandering. And there is a measure of strictness which, whatever may be intended, actually becomes a snare for their feet. There is a tendency in our nature to permit the power of things unseen to wane like Saul's house, while the power of things seen waxes like David's. If wheat and chaff are mixed in a vessel, and the whole mass shaken violently from side to side, the chaff gradually comes to the surface, and the wheat lies unseen at the bottom. It is thus that, in the jostlings of human life, trust in the Lord goes down out of sight, while the fear of man comes up and exerts the supreme control. Where grace is in active operation, This dreadful law may be held in check by constant prayers and constant pains in the opposite direction. But external forces, instead of being employed to check, are, by a perverse ingenuity, exerted to augment the power of evil already too strong in nature. Servants are too apt to magnify, as an object of terror, the discovery of a fault by a master, and proportionately to make light of the faulty act as a sin against God. Thus the fear of man becomes a snare. It is the duty of a master or a mistress in this respect to treat servants wisely and tenderly. Beware lest, by inconsiderate harshness, you make their path more slippery and hasten their fall. If you successfully train them to fear God first, the service which they render to you will be more valuable, even in the market of the world, than service rendered by persons who have no higher master than yourself, and no greater fear than a fear of your displeasure. This fear of man, when it overrides the fear of the Lord, is both a snare which entraps the servant into sin, and a misfortune which injures the interest of the master. When the fear of a mistress is more powerful in a servant's heart than a trust in the Lord, the desire to do what is right is thrust down into a subordinate place, and the desire to conceal what she has done wrong becomes the governing motive. This is disastrous alike to the moral character of the dependent and the material interests of the chief. Godliness is profitable unto all things, having the promise of the life that now is, and also of that which is to come. A servant who fears God but not you will in your absence and in your presence alike endeavor to do well. A servant who fears you but not God will study by all means, and at any sacrifice, to conceal from your knowledge whatever would displease you. It may be demonstrated from the nature of the case and observed in the history of the world that in this department of life the fear of man bringeth a snare, and a trust in the Lord is safety to the interest of all. The Lord reigneth, let the earth be glad. It is to ministers of the gospel that this many-sided proverb is most readily and most frequently applied. So be it. Those of them who know their master and themselves, instead of putting in a plea of exemption, confess their need of the reproof and claim the benefit of the warning. When they endeavor to act on Paul's advice to the ministers of Ephesus, take heed unto yourselves and to all the flock, they find this word of God peculiarly profitable. It is given to strengthen a weak point where the enemy too frequently effects a breach. When a minister is publicly preaching the word, two fears, both connected with man but very different in character and consequences, flutter out and in and around his heart. The one may be described as a fear of man, and the other as a fear for man. They lie near each other and in some aspects present almost the same appearance, but in nature they are opposite as good and evil. A fear for man, an old, a young, a rich, a poor, a proud, or a timid man may and should possess the preacher's heart while he proclaims the gospel. A fear lest, from defects in the preacher or peculiarities in the hearer, or both, any one should have his prejudices offended, and may be driven off from the truth and the Savior. A fear of man, influential by station, by wealth, or by numbers, may and often does knock for entrance at the preacher's heart, and bid him please the powerful. The one fear is an angel of light, and the other an angel of darkness. Sometimes it is difficult to distinguish their outward forms and secret forces. The angel of darkness puts on the garments of an angel of light. Fear of man that leads to unfaithfulness may successfully personate the prudence that would take him by guile for his good. And fear for man, which is really the wisdom of the serpent wielded by a disciple of Christ, may seem to be selfishness pandering to power. The two lie as near to each other as the sparkling eye of Tell's living child and the apple that lay on his head. He who would with an arrow cleave the one without hurting the other, must have a clear eye and a steady hand. It is only in very obvious and outstanding cases that man is able to judge. To his own master every servant in his work standeth or falleth. A minister must draw his supplies from the fullness of the Godhead treasured up in Christ. Seeking there, he will find grace at once to speak boldly as he ought to speak, and be all things to all men, that he may gain some. The press as well as the pulpit is liable to be unworthily affected by the fear of man. This mighty tree, whose branches afford a lofty perch for the fowls of heaven, and far-spreading shade for the beasts of the earth, has in modern times sprung gradually and unexpectedly from a very small mustard seed dropped into the ground by our fathers. It is an instrument of immeasurable reach and inexpressible power. Already it has done much for the religious and more for the civil liberty of men. It is probable that this engine is destined to great uses hereafter in preparing the way of the Lord. Men are busy girdling the globe with a network of electric wires. Each state covers its own territory for its own purposes. But when the machinery is all ready, the supreme monarch may see meet to appropriate the whole, and thereby circulate his own message in every language and in every land. The press has in its nature great capability, but in the meantime a twofold weakness practically cripples its power. It has too much fear of man and too little trust in the Lord. When it obtains a faith in God as its fountain of life and shakes off the fear of man which impedes its motion, the power of that instrument may yet beneficially affect the world, to an extent of which we cannot now form an adequate conception. When all things work together for good, this one will work mightily. To these and to other classes, the principle of this proverb is applicable, but its meaning may be still more clearly illustrated by specific instances in which the operation of the principle is historically exhibited. The Jewish rulers straitly threatened Peter and John, and commanded them not to speak at all nor teach in the name of Jesus. Here the fear of man was woven into a snare and spread across the path of the messengers who after Pentecost went forth to preach the gospel to every creature. But these bands were broken asunder by the faith of the Galilean fishermen like threads to tow before the flame. Whether it be right in the sight of God to hearken unto you more than unto God, judge ye. For we cannot but speak the things which we have seen and heard. Acts chapter 4, verses 17 through 22. In the same strength have the martyrs of every age borne the cross and thereby reached the crown. The steadfast step of these trustful witnesses easily breaking through the snare might, indeed, serve indirectly to illustrate the lesson of the text. But that lesson may be more vividly taught by the hopeless struggle or miserable end of those who have stumbled and fallen. Herod the king was one notable example. Mark chapter 6, verse 14 through 29. A woman with a fair skin over a black heart threw the foolish man off his guard and bound him hand and foot and led him captive. "Give me here John Baptist's head in a charger," said this female fiend. This unexpected demand, like a peal of thunder, awakened the effeminate drunkard from his cups. There was a sharp conflict in the king's breast. Two opposite principles, the fear of man and the fear of God, struggled for the mastery within him. Before men he feared the reproach of vacillation. If he should break his promise before God, he feared the torment of a guilty conscience if he should murder the innocent. The struggle was sharp and short. The fear of man was too much for the king, and he had no trust in the Lord to protect him from its onset. Ah, these lords, high captains, and chief estates of Galilee had heard him say it, and he feared their scorn if he should draw back. He gave the executioner his order, and saw the ghastly dish delivered to the damsel. Often afterwards did the wretched king flee from that gory head when no living man pursued him. Pilate fell into the snare, and Felix after him. Through fear of a mob and their leaders, the one governor crucified the Lord, and the other imprisoned his disciple. Time would fail to tell of the snares that were spread and the victims whom they caught in the days of old. The latest and greatest example is now running its course in the East, with a continent for its theater and for spectators the civilized world. Our government in India has, through fear of man, fallen into a snare, and the nation has paid the price in tears and blood. The government has propagated heathenism and repressed Christianity, made the teaching of the Quran imperative in all public institutions for the Muslim natives, and forbidden the reading of the Bible in any, constituted their army in a large measure of a heathen priestly caste, and sternly prohibited the missionaries from approaching the soldiery with the name of Christ. Idolatry was authoritatively maintained in the army of Bengal, and Christianity forcibly excluded. Such are the melancholy facts, and the motives are more melancholy still. This disastrous course was not a principle but a policy. The ruling powers supported idolatry and excluded the Bible, not because they thought that course right, but because they expected it to be profitable. The grand design was to keep the people quiet. The chief aim of the governing power was to fish the pearls of India's wealth, and therefore they desired above all things to fish in smooth water. They feared the tumults of the people more than God. The British government practically denied God in the heathen's sight in order to keep the favor of the heathen. The policy was certainly not godly, but was it gainful? Read the answer in the events of the day. The events point distinctly to their cause in the just displeasure of God. The rebellion has been raised by the soldiery from whom Christian missionaries were excluded, and not by the people to whom the missionaries had access. Of the army, moreover, the portion that has rebelled is precisely the portion whose false religions the government protected and pampered. So plainly do our disasters point to our sins that men of all ranks and parties, with unwonted unanimity, have read the same lesson from the history. No voice is raised now to defend our past policy. At present, in the time of our distress, it appears to be the unanimous demand of the nation that while absolute freedom of conscience shall be accorded to all, henceforth the superstitions of India shall be left to themselves, and the gospel of Christ owned, protected, and encouraged. May this mood of mind remain when the calamities which produced it shall have passed away. For the future, the rulers of India may select from the Bible and hang up in their council hall the motto of a policyholder, and better than their own: the fear of man bringeth a snare, but whoso trusteth in the Lord shall be safe. The fear of man leads you into a snare. And will the fear of God make you safe? No. If the character of the affection remain the same, you will gain nothing by a change of object. If you simply turn round and fear God as you feared man, you have not thereby escaped. The fear of the greater being is simply a greater fear. The weight presses in the same direction, and it is heavier by all the difference between the finite and the infinite. When this terror of the Lord bursts in upon the unclean conscience, the man instinctively begins to reform his life with a view to the judgment. The utopian falls a washing at his skin. It grows no whiter under the operation, but he washes on. He has a terrible presentiment that if he cannot make it white, he will perish. He experiences a secret hatred of God for being so holy, but he conceals the enmity and continues his struggle. His life is spent in painful alternations between partial external forces to please the God whom he dreads, and heart dread of the God whom he is unable to please. It is not a transference of fear from man to God that makes a sinner safe. The kind of the affection must be changed, as well as its object. Safety lies not in terror, but in trust. Hope leads to holiness. He who is made nigh to God through the death of his Son stands high above the wretched snares that entangled his feet when he feared men. The sovereign Son is safe from the temptation to commit petty thefts. A greater interval divides the tortuous courses of the world from the serene peacefulness of a redeemed and trustful soul, waiting the signal for his exodus and rejoicing in the anticipation of rest. When you know in whom you have believed and feel that any step in life's journey hereafter may be the step into heaven, the fear of this man and the favor of that will exert no sensible influence in leading you to the right hand or to the left. End of section 128, read by gabbydomi, Dallas, January 22nd, 2024.
Section 129 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Philosophy and Faith. Quote, the words of Augur, the son of Jakeh, even the prophecy. The man spake unto Ithiel, even unto Ithiel and Ucal. Surely I am more brutish than any man, and have not the understanding of a man. I neither learned wisdom, nor have the knowledge of the holy. Who hath ascended up into heaven, or descended? Who hath gathered the wind in his fists? Who hath bound the waters in a garment? Who hath established all the ends of the earth? What is his name, and what is his son's name, if thou canst tell? Every word of God is pure. He is a shield unto them that put their trust in him. Add thou not unto his words, lest he reprove thee, and thou be found a liar. 2 things have I required of thee. Deny me them not before I die. Remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me, lest I be full, and deny thee, and say, Who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal, and take the name of my God in vain. End quote. Chapter 30, verses 1 to 9. This last portion of the book is distinguished from all the rest by several strongly marked peculiarities. It suggests some difficult but interesting questions in criticism. The chief difficulty lies in the first verse and refers to the 4 terms which the translators have taken as the names of 4 persons. It is still uncertain whether these should be read as proper names or as ordinary Hebrew words expressing a specific meaning. It is well known that Hebrew names are always significant, and therefore it is not surprising that such an ambiguity should occur. The interpretation of the subsequent discourse, however, is not at all dependent on the solution of a philological difficulty in the introduction, and accordingly we adhere to our rule of avoiding exegetical discussions and occupying ourselves exclusively with the lessons that come easily, like ripe fruit when the branch is slightly shaken. If Ithiel and Ucal are proper names, the record commemorates the persons, otherwise unknown, who sat as scholars at the sage's feet. If not, the words, like the heading of a chapter, indicate that the prophet's subject for the moment is an inquirer's search after God. Whether the first verse, which constitutes the title, be intended to name the audience or intimate the preacher's theme, the discourse itself remains the same. It is its own interpreter. The meaning is obvious, the form elegant, and the matter grave. At the entrance of the temple, this worshipper of the truth stoops very low. Quote, Surely I am more brutish than any man, and have not the understanding of a man. I neither learned wisdom, nor have I the knowledge of the holy. End quote. It is truly spoken, thou ancient seer, this attitude becomes thee well. This man has already worshipped oft within truth's awful dome, and hence the sweet humility that clothes him. Those who have never been within hold their heads higher at the threshold. It was Sir Isaac Newton who, in respect to the knowledge of physical laws, felt himself a little child picking up a pebble on the ocean's shore. Since his day, some who have learned less have boasted more. The same law rules in the spiritual hemisphere. Paul was, in his department, as eminent as Newton, and therefore as humble. They who know most feel most their want of knowledge, whether the subject be the covenant of grace or the laws of nature. The secret, if a matter so obvious can be called a secret, lies here. Those heroes who in their several lines march foremost do not compare themselves with other men. They do not look backward to measure themselves with those who are coming up behind. By habit they keep their faces forward and upward. The sense of loneliness which sits so seemly on a great man's brow is produced by the heights of knowledge or holiness yet unscaled, which tower to the heavens always in his sight. Who hath ascended up into heaven? This question explains how a philosopher counts himself ignorant. A saint counts himself unclean. It is a precious practical rule to look towards heaven while we measure ourselves, to keep the eye not on the little which a neighbor knows, but on the much of which ourselves are ignorant, is the surest method of repressing pride and cherishing humility. God will raise up those who thus keep themselves down, for he resisteth the proud, but giveth grace unto the humble. This observer deliberately measures himself against the magnitude of God's works in creation, that he may experience, in the fullest measure, a sense of his own low estate. Humility is sweet to the taste of the humble. Those who get a little of this gentle grace desire more. Like other appetites of an opposite kind, it grows by what it feeds on. Having thus, for personal profit, introduced the subject, he displays both accuracy and comprehensiveness in his method of handling it. These few words sketch in 3 departments an outline of the mundane system, after suggesting in general terms the whole question of the divine work and government. Who hath ascended up into heaven, or descended? He proceeds to specify the departments in detail. The air, atmosphere. Who hath gathered the wind in his fists? The sea. Who hath bound the waters in a garment? The earth. Who hath established all the ends of the earth? There is an obvious and interesting relation between this reverential acknowledgment of God's governing power and the subsequent request, "Feed me with food convenient for me," verse 8. He intends afterwards to ask daily bread, and therefore he begins with the invocation, "Our Father who art in heaven." Before he utters the specific request for the supply of nature's need, he looks up to the Father of lights, from whom every good gift comes down. He ascribes the power to God, and enumerates the agencies in nature whereby he works his will. The discourse is philosophically accurate as well as religiously devout. It is through the mutual relations of air, earth, and water that the Supreme Ruler gives or withholds the food of man. These 3, each in its own place and proportion, are alike necessary to the growth of grain, and consequently to the sustenance of life. It is by the agency of these 3 working together for good that the Father of all supplies his creatures' wants. The earth is the basis of the whole operation. From its fertile bosom it brings forth fruit sufficient to sustain all the living creatures that move upon its surface. It is wisely constructed to serve the purposes of God and satisfy the wants of men. Who hath established the earth? Its hills and valleys, echoing to each other, answer, God. Its cohesive mass and its waving outline, its soft surface and its solid frame, are well-defined marks of its Maker's hands. Alike in its creation and its arrangement, its material and its form, the final cause of the earth has obviously been the growth of vegetation and the support of life. But the earth could not bear fruit at any portion of its surface without the concurrence of water. And how shall the supply of this necessary element be obtained? Who hath bound the waters in a garment? Again the clouds and showers, the springs and streams, with one voice answer, God. So wide is the dry land, and so low lies the water in its ocean storehouse, that we could not even conceive how the 2 could be made to meet, unless we'd seen the cosmical hydraulics in actual operation from day to day and from year to year. Here lies the earth, rising into mountains and stretching away into valleys, but absolutely incapable by itself of producing food for any living thing. There lies the sea, held by its own gravity, helpless in its place, heaving and beating on the walls of its prison house, but unable to arise and go to the help of a barren land. Even although these struggling waves should at last beat down the barriers and roll over the earth, The flood would not fertilize any place, but desolate all. The brine would scorch the world like a baptism of fire. Unless a gentler, sweeter sprinkling can be contrived, the earth might as well have been what the moon is thought to be, a waterless world. In this strait, when the land could not come to the water, and the water could not come to the land, a mediator was found perfectly qualified for the task, who hath gathered the wind in his fists. The air goes between the two, and brings them together for beneficent ends. The atmosphere softly leans on the bosom of the deep, and silently sucks itself full. The portion so charged then moves away with its precious burden, and pours it out partly on the plains, but chiefly on vertebral mountain ranges. Thus the continents are watered from their centres to the sea. The fertility of the earth depends absolutely on the mechanical aid of the air in the process of irrigation. When I stood beside Niagara, listening to its low but awful hum, and gazing on its gathered waters rushing impetuously toward the sea, I saw one of the larger veins through which the world's life-blood flows back into the world's mighty, ever-throbbing heart. Looking upward from the same spot, I saw white clouds careering in close succession in the opposite direction through the bright blue sky, the purified blood going outward by the arteries to repair waste and maintain vitality in every portion of the complex frame. How different, and yet how similar, are the mechanical arrangements whereby, in the larger and lesser systems, the pure blood is carried outward for use on one line, and the used blood carried back for purification on another, without any risk of collision on the way. No two things can be more like each other in character than the river system of a continent, as represented on a map, and the veins of a human hand as seen through the skin. The author of the mundane system is also the author of organic life. He who holds the winds in his hand controls directly the world's supply of food. Famine scourges a land, or plenty gladdens it, according as these cloudy chariots with their load are sent in this direction or in that. Some portions of the earth, such as the Sahara in the interior of the African continent, are so situated with respect to the atmospheric currents that the winds waft no rain clouds over them, and as a consequence they lie in unmitigated and perpetual barrenness. These belts of dry, barren sand show men what the world would have been if its maker had not commanded his winds to water it. In the progress of modern art, certain unprofitable and unpromising moors have been rendered fertile by a manure which is imported at great expense from tropical climes. In these cases the operators take care to leave a strip of the field untouched by the fertilizer, and the barrenness of this bit in contrast with the rank growth of the rest proves to the owner the value of the agent. On the same principle, the deserts which occur here and there on the globe prove to forgetful men their dependence on him who binds the waters in a garment and gathers the wind in his fists. The laws which regulate the land and the water lie much more within the reach of our observation than those which the winds obey. We can predict the time of the tides and measure the breadth of a continent, but we cannot tell when a shower will fall and when the sun will shine. Rain depends directly on the wind, and the wind to us is very uncertain. Air, whether in motion or at rest, is under law to God as much as earth and water. Every blast is under law as strictly as the steady swell of the tidal wave. But the causes in operation are so far removed, so numerous and so varied, that the calculation of the results baffles all human skill. The majestic door of plenty stands in our sight upon the earth. Wind is the key which opens or shuts it. The hand which holds that key is kept high in heaven and covered with a cloud, but every movement on the earth's surface is absolutely controlled by that unseen hand. But this student of nature is a worshipper of God. When philosophy fails him, he falls back on faith. He seems indeed to have commenced his physical researches with the conviction that he could not carry them far, and does not conceal his satisfaction when the obscurity of creation affords him an opportunity of magnifying the word. By a series of 7 consecutive questions without a single answer, he shows that the evolutions of nature are not a sufficiently articulate revelation of God. Against that disappointment, as a dark ground to set off their beauty, lean the short and simple lines of light. Every word of God is pure. This inquirer, like the writer of the 19th Psalm, skillfully employs even the glories of creation as a foil to the glory that excelleth them in a more perfect law. After a painful and unsuccessful search for God in nature, he turns round to the Word, and through that pure medium beholds the light which otherwise is inaccessible and full of glory. The transitions are quick, and yet the steps are obviously connected and consecutive. Those who discover experimentally that God's word is pure will find out also that, quote, he is a shield unto them that put their trust in him, end quote. This learner is far in advance of his starting point now. He set out in quest of knowledge to gratify a curious intellect. He ends by finding rest for a troubled soul. He addressed his questions successively to the air and the water and the earth, but they were all dumb. They sent back to him only the echo of his own cry. Turning next to the Scriptures, he finds what he sought and more. His darkness vanishes, and his danger too. No sooner has he learned that the word is pure than he feels that the speaker is gracious. He has traversed this path before. He knows it well. He goes over it again in pity for those who are still groping without, that he may lead them into that which is within the veil. Having obtained a privilege, he is not slow to take advantage of it. Having found God to be a father, he quickly exercises the rights of a child. 2 things have I required of thee. Deny me them not before I die. A remarkable precision of conception and expression may be observed in this ancient prophecy. As in the observation of nature, so also in the reflex examination of his own spiritual state. The survey of the whole is comprehensive, and the distribution of parts exact. Measuring carefully the weakness that lay within and the dangers that lay before him, he perceived that the 2 extremes were the points of exposure and pleaded accordingly for support there. He saw one set of temptations pressing on the wealthy, and another set of temptations pressing on the poor. He feared that if he should be exposed to either stream, he would be carried down like a withered leaf on the water. Desiring to live righteously, he dreaded the extreme of poverty. Desiring to live humbly, he dreaded the extreme of prosperity. He pleaded, therefore, for a safer place between the 2. He who so seeks will certainly find. He may not indeed obtain the medium between poverty and riches which he counts so favorable to spiritual safety, but he will obtain the spiritual safety on which his heart is set. He will obtain his end, which is good, either through the means which he specifies or others which God judges better. The captain of his salvation will either keep the weak safe in the center or strengthen him to fight on the flanks. 3 distinguishing features in this prayer supply corresponding lessons for present use. The requests are specific and precise. The temporal interests are absolutely subordinated to the spiritual prosperity of the supplicant, and a watch is set against the danger to a soul which lies in extremes, either of position or of character. 1. Prayer should consist of specific requests, proceeding on grounds that are known and felt by the suppliant. None of us would dare to go into the presence of an earthly sovereign with bundles of unmeaning words, fashioned to sound like a petition. Petitioners who stand there experience a pressing want, cherish a hope of relief, and present a definite request. Go and do likewise when you pray. Survey your own and your neighbor's need. Consider the ground on which your plea may rest. Express your request, whether for 2 things or for 10, and when you have expressed it, cease. The precision of this antique collect is a sharp reproof of every dim word cloud that floats above men's heads and calls itself a prayer. 2. The chief desire should be set upon the chief good. Seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. The grand aim of this ancient Israelite was to keep the relations of his soul right towards God, and he made his material condition subservient to his spiritual attainments. The aim of this anxious heart comes articulately out in the prayer, quote, lest I be full and deny thee, and say, who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal, and take the name of my God in vain. End quote. Wealth is desired or dreaded, not for its own sake, but as it might serve to help or to hinder the progress of grace in his soul. It is especially worthy of notice that while he sees in the foreground 2 opposite temptations, pride on this side and dishonesty on that, ungodliness, to which both errors equally lead, is the ultimate object of his fear. More than wealth or poverty, More than even pride and dishonesty, he feared and loathed in thought, beforehand, the possible issue to which by either line an unstable heart might be led, sin against God. The Lord will preserve those who so fear him. When we are jealous for him, he will be a shield to us. The common method of men is to set this world's goods silently in the center of their aim, and cram in as much religion at the edges as the spaces will hold. The method adopted here is the reverse. It is first, how shall I please God? And then, let my relations to the world take shape accordingly. If we make Christ the master, he will make the world wait upon his children. But if we permit the world to be master, we have no part in Christ. If we put either object out of its proper place, we thereby destroy for ourselves its value. The wealth which is ranked first will not satisfy. The religion which is dragged in second will not save. 3. This suppliant observed the danger of extremes, and set a watch against it on either side. Riches and destitution as to temporal possessions are not the only extremes which threaten the safety of a soul. They are as various as human character and condition. The Church of the Reformation was intensely doctrinal, but it was not practically missionary. It searched the Scriptures for life, but did not occupy the world for work. The legs of the lame are unequal. That revived church was crippled even in the vigor of its youth. It is too early yet to pronounce whether the evangelical church of the present will stumble as much on the other side. We have acknowledged the world as our field, and are spreading ourselves over it for labor. If we maintain the truth and live on it as the Reformers did, and work for the whole world as they did not, it may be that the Lord will do great things for us and great things by us in the coming days. Much good is effected in the world by earnest men fixing on chosen objects and prosecuting them with all their might. I dare not bid any such enthusiast in the Lord's service retire from the work, but I advise him to watch and pray lest he get damaged from the exclusiveness and intensity of his pursuit. A miner has fallen faint under the effect of foul air in the pit. Another generously descends to the rescue. The act is right, but the rightness of the act will not prevent the foul air from choking the devoted man if he abide too long under its influence. You may be absorbed in a good thing, and yet suffer spiritual damage by the absorption. Much devotion may become a snare if it take you from work, much work if it take you from devotion. I do not say that anyone should flee from the extremes because they are dangerous. The danger does not lie in being on the edge, but in being unwatchful there. Go wherever the Lord in his providence calls you. Abide wherever congenial work lies to your hand. But in every place watch and pray that ye enter not into temptation. End of section 129. Read by Sandra near Montreal, 2025.
Section 130 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Lemuel and His Mother. The words of King Lemuel, the prophecy that his mother taught him. What, my son, and what, the son of my womb, and what, the son of my vows? Proverbs chapter 31, verse 1. Another appendix to the book, in the words of a certain King Lemuel, like Agur of the preceding chapter, he is personally and historically unknown. The mark of the mother's faith is left in the name of the son, for it signifies one dedicated to God. There would be nothing contrary to the analogy of ancient practice in supposing that Solomon gave some of his lessons under this significant designation. But the circumstances otherwise do not suit his character and history. It is pleasant to cherish the hypothesis, in itself by no means improbable, that Lemuel was the king of some neighboring country, and that his mother was a daughter of Israel. We know that idolatrous practices were imported into Jerusalem by daughters of heathen princes admitted by marriage into the royal house of Judah. It is probable, on the other hand, that glimpses of light sometimes fell on those heathen lands through the marriage of their princes to Hebrew women who worshipped the living God. The instructions given to the heir apparent, with special reference to his future reign, have already come under our notice in preceding chapters, and therefore, passing over the substance, we call attention only to the circumstances of the lesson here. The monarch, in the very act of publishing the prophecy, proclaims that he received it from his mother. Two memorable things are joined together here in most exquisite harmony. It is not, on the one hand, the bare historical fact that a godly mother wisely trained her son, nor is it, on the other hand, merely another instance of a young man acting his part well in the world. The peculiar value of the lesson consists in the union of these two. We know not only the good counsels which the mother gave, but also the effect which they produced on the character of her son. Again, we know not only the practical wisdom of the son, but also the source of it in the godly counsels of the mother. The fountain is represented visibly supplying the stream, and the stream is distinctly traced to the fountain. The mother has departed from the stage, but her son arises and blesses her. She did not personally publish her instructions in the assembly of the people, but her instructions reached the people in a more becoming and more impressive form. She knew her own place and kept it. Whatever questions might divide the court or agitate the multitude, she remained beside her child, dropping wisdom like dew into his soul. She had seed in her possession, and knew that God gives seed to the sower. By sowing it in the soft soil, and in the time of spring, she made the return larger and surer. Her honor is greater as published by the life of her son than if it had been proclaimed by her own lips. The prophecy recorded here is an honor to Lemuel as well as to his mother. The king is not ashamed to own his teacher. His frank ascription of the credit to his parent is the highest credit also to himself. He began to set a higher value on the lessons when the lips that taught them were silent in the grave. Knowing that the stream would no longer flow from the living fountain, he constructs a reservoir in which he may hoard his supply. Thus did Lemuel, with filial affection, collect and reproduce the lessons of his mother. He was not on that account less dignified in council, or less bold in war. Young men frequently fall into great mistakes in determining, for practical purposes, what is mean and what is manly. Very many of them, in making a spring for the sublime, plunge into the ridiculous. There was a certain threefold cord of maternal love which this parent was wont to employ, and which remained, in its form as well as its power, in the memory of her son. My son, the son of my womb, the son of my vows. My son is the outmost and uppermost aspect of the relation. This is a bond set in nature, felt by the parties and obvious to all. On this she leans first when she makes an appeal to his heart. But at the next step she goes deeper in. She recalls the day of his birth. She goes back to that hour when nature's greatest sorrow is dispelled by nature's gladdest news. A man-child is born into the world. By the pains and the joys of that hour she knits the heart of her son to her own, and thereby increases her purchase upon the direction of his life. But still one step further back can this mother go. He is the son of her vows. Before his birth she held converse, not with him for God, but with God for him. She consecrated him before he saw the light. The name given to the infant was doubtless the result of a previous vow. In this channel, and at this time, a believing mother's prayers often rise to God, and surely his ear is open to such a cry. Why should it be thought a thing incredible with you, that God should cast the character of the man in the mold of the mother's faith before the child is born? It is a fact, indisputable though inscrutable, that mental impressions of the mother sometimes imprint themselves on the body of the infant unborn, in lines that all the tear and wear of life cannot efface from the man. when we are among the mysteries, either of nature or of grace, it does not become us to say what can and what cannot be. What gift is so great that faith cannot ask, that God can't bestow it? Dedication of an infant before or after birth may be misunderstood and abused. As a general rule, it is not safe to determine the capacity in which the man shall serve the Lord before the character of the child has been manifested. Such a dedication to the ministry of the gospel has, in some cases, become a snare and a stumbling block. It is presumptuous in a parent so to give a child for the ministry as to leave no room for taking into account his bent and qualifications. For aught that you know, the Lord may have need of a Christian seaman or emigrant in a distant land, and there may lie in embryo within your infant the faculty which in these capacities might be more wisely laid out, and bring in a more abundant return. The sure and safe method is to offer them to God, and plead that he would save and use them for himself, but leave the special sphere to be determined by events. It is known to some extent already, and when the books are opened it will be better known, that sons of believing mothers' vows have been the chosen instruments of the greatest works for the kingdom of Christ and the good of the world. Dedicate them to the Lord, but ask the Master to determine the servant's sphere, and watch for indications of his will. End of section 130.
Section 131 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Chapter 130. A Heroine. Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies. Proverbs chapter 31, verses 10 through 31. The last page of the Proverbs displays the full-length portrait of a heroine. There's an extraordinary fullness in this description. It is a model character brought out in high relief and finished with elaborate minuteness. In the original, the peculiar resources of Hebrew poetry are all employed to beautify the picture and fasten it on the memory. Verses 10 through 12 serve to introduce the theme. They constitute a stately porch through which we enter the gorgeous galleries within. The interrogation, "Who can find a virtuous woman?" seems to intimate that a few of the daughters of men attain or approach the measure of this model. As usual with rare things, the price is high. It is above rubies. The meaning obviously is that a virtuous woman is above all price. Woman is the complement of man, a necessary part of his being. As no man would name a price for his right arm or his right eye, woman shoots over all the precious things of earth, and there is no standard by which her value can be expressed. The heart of her husband trusts in her, and he is not deceived, for he trusts safely. A woman's nature and gifts are provided by the Creator as a pillow for a man to rest his head upon when it is weary with the journey. A helpmeet designed and bestowed by our Father in heaven. She will do him good and not evil all the days of his life. At the 13th verse the details begin. The design of the picture is to display the practical virtue that operates day by day in the common affairs of life. Many leafy branches bearing useful fruit in abundance wave before us in the wind all through the chapter, and not till the very close do we reach the root of godliness that nourishes them all. Look at some leading features of the portrait, some of the larger jewels in this woman's crown. Industry. Her hands are full of useful occupation. Nor is this the eulogy of a woman in a lowly condition of life. These are not the qualifications of a menial servant, but the accomplishments of a noble matron. Lemuel learned this poem from his mother's lips, and delighted to rehearse it after he became a king. People make egregious mistakes in regard to the qualifications which go to constitute a lady. In a wealthy mercantile community, These mistakes are at least as rife in families that are related to royalty. It is generally observed, indeed, that the shorter the period of time which separates a rich family from daily labor, the more careful they are to obliterate all its marks. Although there are outstanding exceptions in which sound common sense has put conventional falsehoods to flight, we need not attempt to conceal the fact that a numerous class of females practically count uselessness an essential constituent of ladyhood. I do not frown upon refinement. I do not counsel rudeness. But I warn womankind that error on one extreme is a common and as great an error on the other. Here, as in other regions of human duty, there is a path of safety in the midst and a dangerous pit on either side of it. Some females, in the effort to avoid vulgarity, are bound body and spirit in swaddling clothes and blanched into a sort of full-grown infancy. Their greatest dread seems to be lest others should suspect them of being able to put their hands to any useful employment. They may dismiss their fears, for generally the matter is made so plain that there is very little risk of misconception. I most earnestly counsel mothers to throw off artificial trammels and dare to be sensible and free in judging how their daughters should be trained. The power of helping themselves, besides affording a line of retreat in the event of disaster, will double the enjoyment of life, although prosperity should continue to the end. The lady who has lost or never acquired the faculty of performing occasionally with her own hands an ordinary operation about her house or her person has bartered independence for ease. We smile at Chinese notions of feminine refinement, but if all elements were fairly valued, the balance in our favor would perhaps not be great. The form of industry is primitive. The spindle and the distaff are its instruments. Wool and flax its raw materials. In the rural districts of our own land, this species of skill continued till very lately to be considered an essential feminine accomplishment. In my younger years, when the goods of a richly dowered bride were conveyed on the evening before the marriage to her future home, it was still the custom to set a spinning-wheel fully rigged with its rock of flax and its thread begun aloft on the top of the hindmost cart in the glad procession. I have seen the significant symbol, and it is quite possible I may have joined in the joyous hurrah that greeted the emblem of industry as it passed. My mother, whom I never saw, span with both hands every afternoon, and as her eyes were not fully occupied with the work, she kept a Bible lying open on the stalk of the wheel, that by a glance now and then she might feed her soul while she was employed in clothing her household. This form of female industry, we may presume, is now conclusively superseded amongst us. It is not necessary, it is not expedient, that industrious mothers in this country should now handle the distaff or ply the wheel. Human nature is pliant and fitted for progress. We are constituted capable of accommodating ourselves to changes. Other lines lie open for enterprise and effort. Some line should be chosen by each and prosecuted with vigor. The future of the country will be dark indeed if indolence takes possession of its homes. When the progress of art drives out one form of industry, others should be admitted to occupy the space. If the space stands empty in our homes, our progress in art will be a declension in happiness. Activity. She is an early riser. This is a great victory over a great enemy. Slothful habits make a family miserable. Early hours appointed, and appointed hours punctually kept, cause the economic arrangements to move softly and easily, like well-oiled machinery, without noise and without jars. Benevolence. She stretches out her hand to the poor. Industry and activity would only make a female character more harsh and repulsive if it wanted this. The presence of the poor is, like the necessity of labor, a blessing to mankind. It provides a field for the exercise of affections which are necessary to the perfection of human character. When material acquisitions are great and benevolent efforts small, the moral health cannot be maintained. When much flows in and none is permitted to flow out, wealth becomes a stagnant pool, endangering the life of those who reside upon its brim. The sluice which love opens to pour a stream upon the needy sweetens all the store. The matron who really does good to her own house will also show kindness to the poor, and she who shows kindness to the poor thereby brings back a blessing on her own dwelling. Forethought. She is not afraid of the snow for her household, because she foresaw its approach and prepared to meet it. While the summer lasted, she laid up stores of food and clothing for the winter's need. Miserable is that family whose female head is destitute of forethought. It is a common and great evil. In a land of plenty such as this, 10 homes are made unhappy by want of a method, for one that is made unhappy by want of means. Look forward, and so provide that you shall not be obliged to run for the covering after the snow has come. Elegance. When she has provided all the necessities of life for her family, and contributed to relieve the wants of the poor, she puts on ornaments suited to her station and her means. Her clothing is silk and purple. She deserves and becomes it. It is precisely such a woman that should wear such garments. The silk hangs all the more gracefully on her person, that it was wound and spun by her own hands. There is a legitimate place for ornamental female attire, but it is not easy either to define what its limits should be, or to keep it within them. Perhaps there is no department of human affairs for which it is more difficult to lay down positive law. We shall venture, however, to give a few simple suggestions, which, if taken by those interested, may be of use as supports on our weaker side. The dress should, in the first place, be modest. In pure eyes, nothing is aesthetically beautiful which is morally awry. It should not be in form so peculiar or in bulk so great as to attract attention from the wearer to the robe. It should not be oppressive to the finances of the family. As a luxury, it should only come in after the work of necessity and mercy have been supplied. If it cannot, as in this example, be fabricated by the wearer's hand, it ought at least to be paid from her purse. Dames who sail along the streets in silk and purple, which is not their own, have no right in any respect to the honor which belongs to women who work with their hands and pay their own way. By the common practice of the country, the man who distributes cotton cloth in cartloads from a wholesale warehouse is of higher rank in commercial heraldry than his neighbor who measures off the same cotton cloth by yards across the counter. On the same principle, women who wear mountains of silk for which other people must pay should be reckoned greater operators in their line than the barefooted, half-naked, shaggy-haired girl who has snatched a handkerchief from a passenger's pocket and discounted it at the wee-pawn. The same principle which gives the wholesale merchant the higher honor should consign the wholesale swindler to deeper disgrace. Finally, those who hang purple on their shoulders should have a change at hand. The silk that must be worn every day will soon grow shabby. This matron is not limited to the silk and purple. Strength and honor are her clothing too. She may safely wear elegant garments, who in character and bearing is elegant without their aid. If honor be your clothing, the suit will last a lifetime. But if clothing be your honor, it will soon be worn threadbare. Discretion and kindness. She openeth her mouth. Ah, this is the sorest strain to which her character has been subjected yet. But if a wife's words are habitually sensible and prudent, her husband's heart learns to trust her, and he experiences no misgiving when she begins to speak. Another lovely feature of feminine excellence is added. The law of kindness is on her lips. This one grand constituent of woman's worth. They call her sometimes in thoughtless flattery an angel, but here an angel in sober truth she is, a messenger sent by God to assuage the sorrow of humanity. The worn traveler who has come through the desert with his life and nothing more, the warrior faint and bleeding from the battle, the distressed of every age and country, long instinctively for this heaven-provided help. Deep in the sufferer's nature, in the hour of his need, springs the desire to feel a woman's hand binding his wound or wiping his brow, to hear soft words dropping from a woman's lips. The woman who, during the late war, smoothed the sick soldier's pillow in the hospital, have as high a place this day in the esteem and affection of the nation as the heroes who led the assaulting column through the breach. Woman was needed in Eden, how much more on this thorny world outside. Physically, the vessel is weak, but in that very weakness her great strength lies. If knowledge is power in man's department, gentleness is power in woman's. Nor is it a fitful, uncertain thing. It is a law. When the heart within is right, the kindness is constitutional and flows with the softness and constancy of a stream. Among the things seen and temporal, it is the best balm for human sorrows. Moral discipline. She looketh well to the ways of her household. This is the keystone which binds all the other domestic virtues into one. A watchful superintendent of children and servants, with a view to encourage good and restrain evil in their conduct, is a cardinal point in the character of a mother and mistress. A serious defect here is sufficient to dislocate the whole machinery of a home. Servants have in their nature all the instincts of humanity. The affections and capacities which find scope in the relations of the family circle are ingredients in their constitution. When by the pressure of poverty they are compelled in early youth to leave their own homes, these instincts, bereft of their objects, are paralyzed for want of exercise. Young persons suddenly separated from all that glued their hearts to home are like branches cut from the parent tree. If they are not permitted to grow like grafts into a master's family, the best emotions of their nature will wither for want of sap, or seek the dangerous sweetness of stolen waters. It is disastrous to the interests of all, when love is not bestowed on the one side, or expected on the other. Some measure of a mother's care will, as a general rule, produce a corresponding measure of a daughter's devotion. A portion of the time and energy devoted to expensive entertainments, turned into the channel of consistent, considerate kindness and faithfulness towards the servants, would greatly augment the usefulness and happiness of many families. Servants severed from home by the poverty of their parents, and through the neglect of a mistress not engrafted into a new moral relationship, become avenging thorns in the transgressor's side. Opulent families can neither live without them, nor be happy with them. There is only one way of relief, and that is the way of confession and amendment. The thorns will continue to prick as long as the law of the Lord in that matter is despised. The fatherless is mighty, and the orphans cannot with impunity be defrauded of their right. While a mistress looks well to the work which the servants do, and ill to the way in which the servants go, the economy of the house will halt painfully through all its complicated movements. There are two classes who do not look well to the ways of their households: those who do not look to them at all, and those who look to them with a stern, unsympathizing, indiscriminating stringency. For the bones of its strength let the moral superintendents exact obedience from the subordinate, and maintain untarnished the dignity of the chief, but cover these bones deeply with the warm living flesh of human love, so that, while all their force is exerted, none of their hardness shall be felt. In general, as to the education of females, let parents beware of sacrificing solid attainments for superficial polish. From the time where Salome won her hideous prize by dancing well before Herod and his lords, down to her own day, the world's history teems with examples to teach us that 7 devils may hide under the ample folds of all the fashionable accomplishments in a hollow female heart. Sow the vital seed of God's word betimes, and fill their hands with useful employment. Beware of emptiness, as the rich owner of a ship who sails for his own pleasure and does not need to carry merchandise for profit, loads his ship, notwithstanding, for her safety in the sea. So parents who do not need a daughter's winnings for their own sake should for her sake make her skillful and keep her busy. Empty hours, empty hands, empty companions, empty words, empty hearts draw in evil spirits as a vacuum draws in air. To be occupied with good is the best defense against inroads of evil. End of section 131. Read by CaretakerSaxon, Weaver, December 12, 2024.
Section 132 of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot. Faith and Obedience. Work and Rest. A woman that feareth the Lord, she shall be praised. Give her of the fruit of her hands, and let her own works praise her in the gates. Proverbs 31, verses 30 and 31. The lessons end where they began, in the fear of the Lord. Obedience is traced up to faith. In this last chapter, the doctrine of the whole book is illustrated by a bright example. As we traverse the various phases of her character, we seem to be making our way over a well-watered and fruitful region, until we reach at last the fountain of its fertility. She feareth the Lord. Here we look into the very eye of the well which clothed with verdure the landscape of this woman's life. Her faith sent forth these virtues, and then these virtues published her praise. Her good works flowed like a stream to refresh a desert neighborhood, but the fountain which fed it was her heart's trust in God. Those who are partakers of her precious faith will imitate her abundant labors. When you are led by the Spirit and strive lawfully, faith and obedience do not jostle each other in your heart and life. To each its own place has been assigned it in the covenant of grace, and in true saints each keeps its own place silently and steadfastly, as if regulated by the laws of nature. The concluding feature of this pattern character is a graceful and congruous termination to the book of Proverbs as a whole. The keynote of all the hymn is found in the close. Its theme throughout is righteousness, the fruit of faith. We who live under the Christian dispensation should beware of a fatal mistake in our conception of its distinguishing characteristic. The gospel is not a method of bringing men to heaven without righteousness, or with less of it than was demanded in ancient times. The actual holiness of his creatures is the end of the Lord in all his dispensations, as certainly as fruit is the object of the husbandman when he plants and waters and grafts his trees. The death of Christ for sin is the divine plan, not for dispensing with obedience from men, but for effectually obtaining it. Reconciliation is the road to righteousness. God proclaims pardon and bestows peace, that the rebels may submit and serve him. They who feel more at ease in their alienation, because they have heard that Christ gave himself for sinners, are trampling underfoot the blood of the covenant. Alas, even God's dear Son is made the stumbling block over which men fall blindfold. A vague impression comes in and possesses a corrupt heart, that personal holiness is in some way less needful under the reign of grace. God is my witness, I have not in these pages taught that men should try their own obedience instead of trusting in the Saviour for the free pardon of sin, but I have taught often, and once more tenderly repeat the lesson here, that those who do not like the obligation to obedience have no part yet in the forgiving grace. Throughout these expositions it has been assumed that human life on earth is a life of labor. The world that man stands on is not a rest for man. Ever since it became the abode of sin, it is like the troubled sea that cannot rest. Toil and suffering are the lot alike of the evil and the good in this life. It is a poor portion for those who have no other. Ah, it is a sad thing to be weary, and have no rest in store. Jesus wept over wearied men, laboring in the fire for naught, and refusing to lay their aching heads on his loving breast. Laboring, sin-laden men, he still says, "Come unto me." If you refuse him that speaketh, the universe will offer no resting place, and eternity no resting time. But a rest remaineth for the people of God. The coming rest already casts the gentle foretastes of morning twilight over the dark surface of life's labor here. Present toil will give zest to the joy of future rest, and the hope of rest softens and sweetens the labor while it lasts. What may be the enjoyments of those who are never weary we cannot tell, as a man born blind cannot appreciate the pleasures of sight. Those flames of fire, the angels who do God's pleasure, are happy, doubtless, as they are holy, but they cannot share the rest of the redeemed from among men, for they were never weary. Only the weary rest, and the greater the weariness, the sweeter the rest. Heaven to the saved will be better than paradise to the unfallen. The effects of the fall are removed by Christ, and more, grace will abound more than sin abounded. God is greater than the author of evil. At the winding up of the world, it will not be a drawn battle between the introducer of sin and the Saviour of sinners. We shall be more than conquerors through him that loved us. The saved shall not only escape from bondage and hold their own, but spoil adverse principalities and powers. The enemy, when subdued, will be constrained to serve the children of the conqueror. Out of the eater shall come forth meat. The memory of sin will enhance the joy of holiness. The pain of labor will make rest more sweet. The whole world consists of two classes, different in many things from each other, but alike in this, that both are obliged to labor all their days. They are those who serve sin and those who fight against it. Both experience pain and weariness. Sin is a hard master and a formidable foe. If you do its bidding, you are a miserable drudge. If you war against it, you will receive many wounds in the conflict. It would be hard to tell whether of the two is the more wearied, the carnal who obeys the flesh, or the spiritual who crucifies it. Both are compelled to labor. Both are weary. The one is weary by sinning, and the other weary of sin. One of these strifes will soon be over. The other will never cease. If sin be your antagonist, there will soon be peace. For if sin cannot be taken wholly away from you, you will ere long be taken away from sin. But if sin be, until death abide, your master, there is no deliverance from the yoke. On the whole, for moral and immortal creatures there are only two masters, and no man can serve both. The one is sin, the other is the Saviour. Either we serve sin against Christ, or we serve Christ against sin. Both masters put their servants to labor. Let not disciples expect what their Lord has neither provided nor promised. He gives them many pleasures in this life, but these are the pleasures of labor. not the pleasures of rest. This world cannot be the rest, expressly because it is polluted. It may and should become their meat and drink to do their Lord's will, but still it is a doing, a working, a bearing. They will love the work, but still it is work. They who love the Lord that bought them are in haste to do something for him while they are in this distant world, for at home in heaven no such work is needed. Work is very joyful in the prospect of rest. Rest will be very joyful when the work is done. Let the children of Zion be joyful in their King. Heaven and earth are both beautiful when God gives a shining light, and man possesses a seeing eye. Faith and obedience run sweetly into one. Near the base of a mountain range, early in the morning of the day in the spring of the year, you may have seen, in your solitary walk, a pillar of cloud, pure and white, rising from the earth to heaven. In the calm air its slender stem rises straight like a tree, and like a tree spreads out its lofty summit. Like an angel tree in white, and not like an earthly thing, it stands before you. You approach the spot and discover the cause of the vision. A well of water from warm depths bursts through the surface there, and this is the morning incense, which it sends right upward to the throne. But the water is not all thus exhaled. A pure stream flows over the well's rocky edge, and trickles along the surface. A river in miniature, marked on both sides by verdure, while the barrenness of winter lies yet on the other portions of the field. Such are the two outgoings of a believer's life. Upward rises the soul to God in direct devotion, but not the less on that account does the life flow out along the surface of the world, leaving its mark and blessings behind it wherever it goes. You caught the spring by surprise at the dawn, and saw its incense ascending. At midday, when the sun was up, and the people passing, that incense was still rising, but then it rose unseen. It is thus in the experience of living Christians in the world. At certain times, when they think that none are near, their intercourse with heaven may be noticed, but for the most part it is carried on unseen. The upright pillar is seldom visible, but the horizontal stream is seen and felt, a refreshment to all within its reach. True devotion is chiefly in secret, but the bulk of a believer's life is laid out in common duties and cannot be hid. These two, alternate and yet simultaneous, separate and yet combined, these two fill up a Christian's life. Lift up your heart to God and lay out your talents for the world. Lay out your talents for the world and lift up your heart to God. End of section 132. End of Laws from Heaven for Life on Earth by William Arnot.